Okay, just getting everything set up here. Slightly more tangled up today. I'll try to play it with a controller. So hopefully that goes okay. But we shall see, I suppose, what happens. Goodness knows. How this will go. I'm excited though. I'm excited. It's going to be intense, but it's also going to be exciting. Alrighty, I think we're all straightened out here. Just do that, and then we'll switch over. Alrighty. Okay. So this is all working. Hopefully you can hear me and you can hear the game sound. I might adjust that actually real quick, because goodness knows that Silent Hill is going to get really loud. So I don't want to. Probably about there. Don't want to deafen myself, I think is the main thing. Yes. Okay. So this is going to be a long haul, or theoretically it will. So my longest stream yet, and we'll see whether that was a mistake. Probably about 2 hours into the stream. So I'm planning to go for about say 4.5, 5 hours of Silent Hill 2 on hard. So the intention, my intention, I thought about this a lot. The hard difficulty. I just feel like it'd be more interesting for folks to watch the hard to see both some analysis and some struggle, because I know a lot of people also haven't played it on action level hard. So also, I haven't played it on action level hard either. So I might be getting myself in too deep here, but we might as well just kick off and get started, get settled into it. And do let me know if I've said it too quiet. Start off with this wonderful shot.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Alrighty. So we're going to start off in this horrible, dilapidated bathroom. And I mean, really, we have to we want to examine exactly why, such things, why we're starting here, basically. There's quite an uncomfortable beginning to this game. And yet in some ways it is very comfortable. So we have basically just the space to get used to the controls. So yesterday I rejigged the controls on this Xbox One controller to conform to how it is on the PS2. So this is enhanced edition gameplay. So we might as well just keep on moving. We can get stuck into some analysis once we've set up the game a bit more. so everyone knows what's going on. For those of you who've never played this before, and there's a bit of a landmark game, which is why I'm so excited to stream it for so long. I'll let this play.
I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Okay, so the first thing that you sort of want to notice is that James doesn't really seem sure of himself. The fog is quite a literal, quite literal imagery in terms of his mental state. As he just confessed, he doesn't even really know why he's decided to come to town. It doesn't really even make that much sense to him, but he's still here. He's still done it. But I guess something I should probably make clear as well is that it's important to consider that no game is sacred, right? Like this game has been a huge influence on myself and on many other people, and I love it to bits. But this playthrough should be like a safe place to criticize the game, and there should be a space to criticize every game, no matter how sort of how vaunted it is, like for the right reasons, of course. You should have constructive criticism. And I did want to discuss a bit more about like negative interpretations of the game, especially those interpretations are very modern negative interpretations, but there are also some negative reactions to the pace of the gameplay as well when it was first released. I think Game Informer ran their review, which they're since ashamed of, and the subtitle was "Big Fogging Disappointment" or something similarly witty. But it sort of tells you that there's some sort of troubling elements about this game for modern players. I consider it marvelous in almost every aspect, but that shouldn't stop anyone from piping up if you have questions, criticisms, other things to say. Though we should probably refrain from spoiling the central twists. I suppose is probably a good place for anyone who's deciding to tune into this as their first experience of Silent Hill 2, and if it is, then I am honoured. So the big question, and I hope the sound is okay, the in-game sound. We'll meet the owner of that white van as well, by the way. So the in-game sound is really quite important. Perhaps most of all in this Silent Hill game, as opposed to the other ones, because I know I'm going to sound like a bit too low. Okay. My voice is okay though, right? I'll turn the music up, but I might keep the sound effects a bit lower. Okay. How's this? Still too quiet? Because maybe I should, hang on. Alright. How's that? I think, yeah, I was a bit too conservative with my sounds before. So I want to consider. What was I saying? Yeah, I'm going to sound like the high school English teacher and talk about diegetic and non-diegetic sound, which sweet. So we need to consider, like with every game, like it's something that we can consider, what the character is hearing and what we are hearing. So the diegetic sound is the stuff that the character can hear, the stuff that exists within the experience for the characters, whereas the non-diegetic, of course, is the opposite. It's stuff that's meant to be heard by the viewer, and we want to consider: can James hear all the funky stuff that's going on just out of sight, and also can he probably can't hear this droning sound that's playing like quite constantly, and that's important because I'm really fascinated by the connection between player character and player, right? Like we desperately try and relate to a lot of characters, and often, especially in horror, we try to empathize with and understand characters, or at least I do. I find it much more rewarding to seek out characters who I can empathize with. And this droning sound, if this isn't being heard by James, this is either an attempt to get us into the mindset of the town, or into the mindset of James himself, this sort of fugue state. So we really have no idea what's going on. Something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. Gives me a weird feeling. Okay. So, unlike the Silent Hill 3 playthrough, I'm going to try and only save at designated save points, because it felt a little bit like cheating in the last one. But we shall see. We'll see how that goes. Okay. So we sort of entered into this, and now the droning sound cuts out, and all you can hear is just the soothing sounds of the forest swaying in the breeze, and that gives you sort of an expectation that something is about to happen, whether good or bad. Then we'll get one of my favorite cutscenes out of the way really early. I love this, especially the music.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
So we have this really disjointed conversation between characters. So it's the first person that we've met in the town, and that it doesn't seem quite right with them. And it's foreshadowing a lot, but also sets the mood even further. Um, and it's said a lot. I mean, there's so much about Silent Hill 2 in particular that has already been said and analyzed and discussed, which is what makes it quite hard to talk about in any original sense. But this long walk to the town is something that gets picked up by a lot of people because it's so effective. Whereas many other horror games would have you immediately fighting enemies, including other Silent Hill titles like the first and third one, almost immediately open with enemies. The second one is more content to sort of let you stew in it a bit in the weird ambience and the sound like something is following me, but I'm not sure what that is. I can't see it. And in fact, what's really spooky about it is that maybe we don't even get to see what's making that noise at all. It's never explained or touched upon again, and obviously James doesn't acknowledge it. It doesn't sound friendly. And you'll notice, so just there, that's one thing about hard difficulty is that he slams into walls a lot more easily when I'm sprinting. Whereas in lower difficulties he doesn't. So I've really got to prepare myself to sort of let go of square when or let go of X rather on this controller when things are going bad. Because I'm not too worried about the more open segments. I think I can handle any enemy that might appear on the streets. But goodness knows what's going to happen to me when I have to go inside and face. I'm really worried that the hospital, I think, is going to be the make or break for this playthrough. So I'd love to get through. So there are two. The starting dungeon, I guess you'd say, is the Woodside Apartments there. So I'm hoping to get through that and to get through the hospital today. That's at the bare minimum. So I'm hoping to get through both of those. But maybe hard was such a mistake that I won't get through any of it. But we'll see. I did think really hard about it and whether it was a good idea. So the difficulty affects, your usual standard things like, your health. The enemies deal more damage and take more to kill, and whatnot. Sorry, I'm just going to search around here. And there's a specific. I knew there was something. There's a specific there's a little escort chunk of the game, and that becomes really deadly on hard. So if you even graze the person that you're escorting once, then it's game over. As for other things that it affects, I don't think it affects much beyond. Because Silent Hill 2 has a really funny system for its bosses, where if you wait long enough, the bosses just die or leave, depending on what was supposed to happen. So I think on hard as well, you have to survive for longer in order for the timer to run out. But mainly what I'm really worried about is, since there's a feature in Silent Hill 2 where the more times you finish the game, you unlock in the options menu a thing called Bullet Adjust, which you can double, triple, quadruple, or even multiply by 5 the amount of bullets you get with every pickup. So normally it's 10 bullets for every handgun pickup, but you could make it times 50. But since I've moved all of my other saves into a different folder, for the purposes of this. I just have ×1 bullet adjust, so I'm getting 10 bullets every time. And on hard difficulty, that might make everything pretty crummy. But we'll see. I'm hoping it makes things more interesting and more survival-like, because Silent Hill 2 has a really bad... well, not a bad, I wouldn't say bad. It doesn't have a bad reputation, but it has a reputation for being a bit too easy. A lot of people go into this sort of expecting like this really hard, like tough as nails experience on normal, because it's such a talked about game, it's such a famous game, and they expect that the challenge that it offers will be quite great. But on normal, it is very much not a difficult game. I remember my first playthrough. I think I died twice, and that was from clumsy play. And I ended the game with so many extra like bullets and whatnot, and health items, that I was never really in danger. I didn't really fear for my life. Whereas I'm hoping to some degree that the hard difficulty forces me to play a bit more like it's a survival horror game, almost. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's either going to be like a good level of difficulty, or it's going to be way too hard. And the thing I'm worried about mainly is resources and bosses, because some nice noises here. And James doesn't run away, he just grabs his bat and gets ready to kill it. So that automatically means you're like, oh, pay attention to why he's chosen to do what he's done. And it happens, yeah, like with Dead Space. Like, that happens a lot with horror games, right? You sort of... The balance is really hard to strike. If you don't strike that balance, then the player doesn't feel so scared. But if it's too hard, then the player just feels frustrated. Like, horror games have such a hard job of actually maintaining this sort of good level of balance. And Dead Space, like, I think that happened to me as well. Like,
This thing broken?
maybe it's just I played too many of them. But I remember finding it a bit too easy.
What the? I better take it anyway. I might need it.
So James is just picking up some junk. But yeah, I don't know if yeah, like, you do need to feel like you need to ramp the difficulty up. But sometimes, I don't know, I haven't played Dead Space and Impossible. Like, did that ramp up the difficulty too much? Like, were there any moments where you're like, this is not how the game is supposed to be played, but the rest of the time you're like, yeah, this is how it was? Like, because it seemed to me like horror games fluctuate really badly sometimes between those two extremes. Like, between those two poles, like, oh, this is like perfect, like I'm actually feeling stressed, and then there's like, oh, I used all my ammo killing like this insane boss or something. Because I haven't, like, would you recommend Impossible difficulty? Okay, so I'm gonna spend this section running around and collecting some extra items. I'm hoping to avoid any and all combat, because these guys just aren't worth fighting and can be really easily avoided. Having to rely on scraps for healing. Yeah, right. Yep. So what... I mean, to me, that sounds almost like a recommended experience. Something is written on it. Too bad I can't read it because the surface has been rubbed away. Remains of blank swamp. The blankers of land surround blank. Blank is monument, was originally swamp, but was later filled blank. FR blank. MG you go. Something nicknamed Blood Swamp, because I think that's meant to be executioners poured the water to wash the executioner's tools in here. Perhaps it's for that. many people seem to have something in the area. You can access those files unlocked in the game files, which is cool. But they actually they included the proper text in there. Okay, so I do really like the Silent Hill map system is still one of the best map systems I've seen. Just how you get a map and then the player character naturally adds important notes to it. So like the red square is obviously the save point, and you can see where the road blockages are. So we're just going to keep moving and avoiding these, whatever the hell these creatures are. And they spit acid at us, but they're in that walking. So they have two walking modes. So they're basically two enemies in one, right? They're an enemy that can spit like that, or if you knock them down and don't kill them fast enough, they become like big cockroaches. There's James stumbling into the wall. This is going to happen a lot. I can already feel it. So I'm trying to stock up on stuff because I have a really bad feeling that I'm going to suck because Silent Hill 3 hard mode was a little bit of an eye-opener for me. I've yet to go back to it. Like, I'm on the last... I think I could finish it like with one more concerted play session on stream. The hard mode playthrough I'm doing. But I'm really worried about the final boss fight because I've used so many resources, and I can't remember how many more I can actually get. So you see, there's this really unnatural town blockages. Like, this isn't an earthquake. Someone's just like put these giant walls in the middle of the street. And aside from the monsters, that's when you know something's really stuffed up. So we're just going to go down here, and I'm going to collect the clues that I'm supposed to in order, I think. So we can go into this motorhome and just chill for a minute. There's a memo lying on the sofa. I'll wait at Bar Neely's. I don't know why that's just adds so much to it. It's not Neely's Bar, it's Bar Neely's. Something's... I guess it's a metaphor for Silent Hill is like mythic Americana, you know, like Happy Burger and all that. But there's something wrong just underneath the surface. Yeah, so that's locked, and you should mark that on this map too, but not as a squiggle, as just a solid line indicating that, oh, we can come back here later and unlock it maybe. So that's blocked. Just helpful to note these on the map. I do like how there's no animation either. You don't have to synchronize like an Assassin's Creed or something. You just sort of, you go there and you know it's revealed. Okay, so where we really wanted to go is, in fact, the end of Martin Street, but I went the wrong way in order to pick up some extra items, because I really do feel we're going to need them. But such an important thing about this game is the level of fog. The HD collection, which I started a playthrough of, but then I was a bit disgusted even just walking through the streets with the lack of fog, because without that, all the monsters are revealed, and it feels so so fake and so obvious, you know. There's a map here. The fog is just perfect, and the enhanced edition does a really good job on the PC, because I think the PC fog was originally not very good, and then this enhanced edition mod brought it up to PlayStation 2 levels. Because the PlayStation 2 version is the way you're supposed to play the game, right? It's the ideal version, basically. Although I haven't played it, but the Xbox version as well might also be a good port. But I think, yeah, the PC version was filled with some nasty bugs to start with. Okay, so the fog indeed was originally a technical limitation in Silent Hill 1. It was really cool that they used that. What's that symbol at the end of Martin Street? That they basically used the technical limitations of the PlayStation 1 as an advantage, right? Like they transformed that into part of the atmosphere, and then in Silent Hill 2 with the increased processing power of, I think they called it the PlayStation 2 Emotion Engine or something, which Silent Hill 2 is a perfect example of, because it's such an emotional game. That they were able to actually make the fog look like fog, a bit more rather than just colored sort of rendering issues, you know. Um, but yeah, God, I love all the Silent Hill games. Really, there was a hole here; it's gone now. That's one of the most iconic bits in Silent Hill. Just in general, it doesn't what it means. That's up for debate. There's tons of different theories. Some people say it could be a reference to Silent Hill 4's holes in the wall that you crawl through to get to the apartment. So maybe Walter wrote this on the wall, but then maybe there are some links to James, and he has to jump through a lot of hoops, shall we say, and the monsters as well. It might have been hard to see because I've avoided them a lot, but the monsters are feminine coded. So I was thinking there was a hole here. It's gone now. There might be some sexual connotations, but again, like people debate this all day. I don't think there was ever given an official meaning. Oh, so there's the crawling version. They are the biggest pain in the ass. It's a dead person. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain, but my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. So I think I can read some more. You're attracted to light. But I'd love to read all these and spend some time, because those are some really cool notes. But I am a bit worried about taking excess damage at this early stage of the game. Basically, like the notes, he goes through, like he gives you some basic tutorial hints, like, oh, you're going to need a flashlight later on, and you can turn it off to avoid them and that kind of thing. And then his second to last note just says run, and then run away, and then the note after that just says run away, run away, run away. So it sets the mood quite nicely. I'm trying to think if there are any other games that used the technical limitation thing to their advantage in a really positive way. I'm actually not sure if I can think of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there have been countless ones. Obviously, just avoid that monster. And this guy has a key that we need. Okay. Oh, first enemy to hit us. I guess no, we got hit by the acid, but we got hit by a bug in the streets. That's wonderful. You might have seen that there was a creature hiding under the van. I steered away from it so that it wouldn't come out of the van and get me. Lord knows it jump scared the hell out of me the first time I played this game. I think Lucky Jade Restaurant is where there's a couple more scraps of stuff. And it's like a barrage of noise, right? Like everything is going at all times, and it's pretty damn creepy. So we need those bullets. Basically, at this stage of the game on hard, as far as I could ascertain, it's not worth fighting anyone. Just run. Oh, that's one other thing that hard does. On normal, enemies don't respawn, or they respawn like a limited number of times. In hard, they respawn a lot. No trespassing. James doesn't care about that. Okay. So yeah, that's probably actually my biggest worry. It's not so much whether I'm going to struggle with the increased damage and health that they have, but I think just the fact that no area I clear will remain particularly safe. I might make this one a new save. Deus Ex wasn't able to share the Twin Towers due to memory limitations. Yeah, that's a good historical example. I'd forgotten about that. That was the case, and it turned out to be tragic. Basically, foretelling of the fact that the Twin Towers, like that game released in 2000, right? Or was it 1999? Just around there. It was Okay. So, yeah, 2000, right. Man, I'm getting old. It's still, Deus Ex is still a great game. I'm almost really, like, I was really impressed by its, like, longevity and relevance. Though I do agree with Warren Spector when he said that we'd have to think very carefully about how we're going to present ideas of conspiracy, because obviously conspiracy has become slightly more loaded in this day and age. I mean, it was always slightly loaded, but there was always the general consensus that no one really would take these things seriously. Hey, good. Welcome to the stream. Just struggling. Oh, it's going good. Just struggling through hard difficulty. This is my first hard playthrough, so I'm trying to do concurrent analysis and struggle through hard difficulty. So what I didn't realize as well is that the the volume of the enemies has drastically increased inside the apartment. Yeah, Leggy Monster, the mannequin, which I always found. Yeah, so this is another feminine coded monster. That's very disturbing. It's the woman reduced to this horrible, like caricature. The female figure reduced to this horrible caricature. Never finished normal. No, I fully I understand. It can be a struggle to finish any game. So, where did you get up to, if you don't mind me asking? If you remember. But yeah, I know the feeling. I'm using the streams as basically like excuses to play games. Even if it's games I've already played, I really just love talking about them. Blue Creek? Okay, so not that far ahead of where I am. Oh, this was a mistake. Excuse me. It's been so long. Yeah. It's fine. Like, you don't need. It's not like, yeah. You don't need to come in here into an analysis stream with any foreknowledge. Yeah, life in school. It's an ongoing struggle. I think I was talking to a friend though, and I was saying, I was apologizing. Oh, I'm sorry I can't play any multiplayer with you. Damn life getting in the way of video games. And he said quite nicely that it's better than the other way around, right? That we can have a life and not just sit at home and play video games all the time. Though sometimes that would be really nice. So you can hear the enemies coming up behind me. Just going to try and avoid them. So that was a fake enemy. Not liking how cornered I am here. So I'm already losing some health. Best just to get this guy out of the way. And you really got to stomp these guys quick, because otherwise they do that really horrible skittering thing, and it's basically impossible to kill them with just the plank. Yep. This might be bad. I think, yeah, like behind the locked doors, I think it's a good mystery to keep you really interested and tantalized. Oh. I'm low in health already, so this is a good indicator of how much damage they're going to do to me. Like the locked door thing, like that's a big part of the Silent Hill rhythm, right? Like you're always worried about what's coming up next, and you almost hang on. Sorry, you're almost like worried or afraid that that the door will actually open. Like you almost don't want them to open, right? Like the sort of rhythm of checking a door and being like, oh, phew, I don't actually have to see what horrible things are inside. But it does certainly spark the imagination. Excuse me. Sorry to bother you. Oh. So there's so many of these monsters. Who knows? Maybe I'm already regretting hard difficulty, but we shall soon see just how painful this experience will get. Another always locked doors, but it does add to the feeling that like the town is almost like guiding you where it wants you to go, and you see what it wants you to see, right? Like there's this sort of feeling that the town itself is acting as your guide, because that's also the function of the camera in this game is to make you feel like managing the camera angles was easy. Yeah, like the camera angles make it feel like you're not in James's perspective, right? Like you're alienated from James. Like the camera angles, there are some funky ones, right? There are some nasty ones. But there are also, like, most of the time, they're actually done really well. Like you'll notice that this camera angle, for instance, like shifts and conforms to where James is, and so it is like that there is someone or something else watching. So when you're playing through a game, like any game, it's always worth considering what exactly the purpose of the perspective is doing. Like this isn't a first person game, and it was designed deliberately. Deliberately that way, because we're not necessarily, we can sympathize with James, but we can never truly understand him. His sort of actions are always a bit weird, like even to him. So we don't get that insight into James's mind. We're always getting the town's like eldritch perspective. Oh no!
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it!
What a jerk! I really needed that key. Let's keep exploring. I'm hoping I'm going into all the right places. It's been a while. Shopping cart. What's that doing here? Got a handgun. Shopping cart with a handgun. All right. So I think the main thing is, though, I still want to avoid combat as much as possible, and I want to avoid wasting any bullets because I'm going to need them all for the boss fights on hard difficulty. Even if the game attempts to get me to waste all my bullets on these suckers. And one thing I really like about this game as well, and it's so subtle, is that James turns his head whenever there's something important to look at, whether that be an enemy or an important object. So there's no like visual cue, like there's no like, it doesn't glint unnaturally in light that doesn't exist or whatnot. You get that really obvious glint. Sorry, not glint. You get that really obvious indication from James, like it's within the game, the indicator. It doesn't feel like it's outside of the game, which is really important. Okay, so, and again, I'm trying not to, because on the PC version you can save anywhere you like, but I think that diffuses the tension a little bit in horror games if you can save anywhere you like. Save scumming is something that I must admit I'm not very good at refraining from. I abuse that feature a little bit too much. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here. So I'm trying to avoid save scumming. And also what I really like, and it's another really subtle thing, right? Like other games could have had that dialogue that popped up on screen be actual dialogue, but they don't. It's a thought inside James's head, so he doesn't speak it. We just read it, which is really, really interesting. And here's our first glimpse of a good friend, Pyramid Head, probably the most famous and iconic monster, probably in video games in general. Almost, I'd go as far to say he's got to at least be one of them. And it's a huge shame that Masahiro Ito, who created Pyramid Head, regrets ever creating him because of the dastardly Konami and all of that. Using Pyramid Head's likeness, and he doesn't even get a cent from it. Yeah. Pyramid Head. You got, yep, dead body.
Oh my god. Who could have?
Okay. So we got this key. So we needed basically, if we'd gone into this room earlier, we wouldn't have been able to do anything because James couldn't see anything without the flashlight. So Henry, Mildred, Scott. It's still kind of hard to see, but clock has stopped at 2:30 and 15 seconds. Faceplate is closed. It's locked. Yep, I know that. The scars from the past to remove the nail that stops time. So what we need to do is set the clock to the right time. So we'll use the key. Oh, whoops, wrong key. Help if I was paying attention. Oh, wait. Oh, my bad. There's one more step. I really need to be paying attention. This is a bad sign. I'm still meant to be going for another 3 or 4 hours. I'm already losing it. Silent Hill's getting to me. What room is that? 202? Okay, so we've got to run back down to 202, and we'll just flip the camera. Yeah, sort of. It's very easy to dread what's going on just because of the radio noise. Really effective. So I think why a lot of people bounce off this game, and I might be wrong in saying this, but I think it's the general gameplay loop. People find it a really confusing, not just confusing, but like, I guess downright depressing. Like it brings out a lot of, it's a very hard game to play because it brings out a lot of negative emotions. But at the same time, it can also just be it can be really boring. Like I don't know if that's a controversial thing to say. And like I love this game. Like it's one of if like my favorite games ever made. Full stop. I love it to bits. But like I can see like so easily why people put it down because it's at certain points in the game, especially this early segment, the pacing is kind of weird. And it's very hard to sort of see a reason to keep going. But once you leave the apartments, it's basically where the game's plot, I guess, crystallizes for the player. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? God, yes. Could think of nothing I'd like more. Just stick my hand into whatever the heck this is. And again, right, we have this distance from him. My controller just vibrated as well. We have this distance from him when he's doing actions like this. He's out of our control when he's doing like weirder things, I guess. It's not a player, well, I mean, you can opt to do it, but it's not necessarily a player-directed action, if that makes sense. So James is this really weird character between where we're not quite sure what exactly is going on with him. Oh, but Big Abe Fury, if you're still watching, I apologize for not seeing you. I hope you're having a pleasant day. Thanks for watching. Okay, so now we got the key. Now we can have a go at this puzzle. So I've forgotten where I bound all of these buttons. Okay, use the clock key. I got such good sound effects in this. Hang on, I should probably check the... Yep, slowly and deliberately close it. Thanks, James. Okay, so Scott. So what is that, like 10, 15? I think. We'll try it. So go back this way. For some exciting clock setting gameplay. Maybe it was 10:10 actually. Or thereabouts. You should be able to hear it click, right? Was I completely wrong? Maybe it was the other way around. Maybe it doesn't click on hard difficulty. I think I'm not used to hard. So we'll go with 10-10. We'll see if that works. I apologize for this, by the way. Okay, try that. Can I push it? I'm hoping I set it to vaguely the right. No, okay. What does it say here? So the shorter one, maybe that's 9 instead. You think, Henry? Like there? Oh no, we did hear it click. That was the click there. I just missed it before. Perfect. At least I didn't get stuck on that for 10 minutes. That's what's happened to me before on puzzles, on stream. So that's I avoided that particular embarrassment. So that's good. For now, I avoided it for now, I should say. All right, another save point. Okay, so making decent progress. And we just want to be conserving all of our items for as long as possible. And now basically with this extra stairwell we unlock some more options. So now we should be able to go pick up the key. Help with this thing. Okay, calm down. Broken, alright. So it's always helpful to contextualize where we are and what the heck is going on. So let's flip the camera around again. It's such a useful feature to be able to flip the camera. It's a very limited form of camera control, but it's still important. Yeah, sorry, I should have warned you about that. That was a bit abrupt, wasn't it? And here, interestingly, is where we get some first-person perspective that we almost otherwise never get. And we want to think about maybe why that is. No, I needed those bullets, James. I'm saving my ammo. Okay, so there's a lot of debate as to what was actually going on there, whether Pyramid Head was, was raping them or molesting them, or whether he was just killing them. But I think the really important thing to note is that in this scene, Pyramid Head is doing the same things to these creatures, as James is doing. He's killing them in some way or another. They're clearly dead now. And that first-person linkage creates not just a sense of fear, but a sense of alignment, right? And that is really worth thinking about. Like a lot of perspective in games, I don't think is talked about enough. And I know it's kind of annoying because so much of game studies is based in off of media studies, right? Like that's where game studies actually came out of. To a certain degree, that's where a lot of the foundational work has been done, because it's a medium. It's a very visual medium, right? Sorry, fellas. And I think, like, oh, maybe we're all sick of looking at video games like they're films and dissecting them like that, but or maybe we're not. I don't know, but it's still important to think about and to consider um, that that's what's happening. That perspective can still act in the same ways that we see in film, and even in books, right? Like, what's different about setting James apart from the player like this by this camera perspective? Like, why does that affect us as it does? And these are tough questions to grapple with, because there's no necessarily easy answer, and it might differ for every player. I think that's what makes Silent Hill 2 in particular so marvelous, is that everyone can walk away from this game having taken something different. Like I said before, like no one can agree on what that pyramid head scene means, and no one can exactly agree on what that whole message means in Neely's bar. Like there's no definite conclusion to these things. Like it's open-ended art, right? And I think that's something so that we miss, right, in video games. Like it's so often we love to have things tied up for us in neat little bows, and in a certain sense, yes, Silent Hill 2 can give us like some closure, but at the same time, it's not all about that. There's always there are always more questions left unanswered, and that's probably why, or a part of the reason why, it's still talked about so much today. It's really just it's a timeless game in a certain sense. I'm just going to solve this weird puzzle real quick. I have no idea how long it took me to figure this out, but those juice... Wait, is it this floor? Yes, it was. I went the wrong way. Those juice things we picked up, we're going to drop that down the garbage chute. I know, like, such a truly intuitive puzzle. Just completely... That's the first thing you think of when you pick up that juice. You're like, oh yeah, chuck that down the garbage chute. It's like the smallest, like maybe the smallest hint that they're like heavy, and that the garbage chute is stuck if you choose to examine it. But goodness knows, on my first playthrough, how long I was trapped there. It was a miserable time. Let me let me tell you, even more miserable than it was supposed to be. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. Got a coin, old man. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locaner's sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on in the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statements, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil, forgive me, I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. So what we needed from that was the coin, and that setup, I think originally was meant to set up Pyramid Head, as like the red devil, but now it not only foreshadows Pyramid Head, but also Walter's. I guess they sort of retcon him, right? But Walter's expanded presence in the story of Silent Hill as a whole, and Silent Hill 4 specifically, where he features, and he turned out to be one of the most interesting characters there. So don't run by the pool. We're going to ignore that rule. I'm going to run in the pool. I'm going to grab this. Ouch. We're going to try. Oof. That was close. Okay. I don't think they can get out of the pool, so I can just taunt them from here. See you later. Alright. Sound levels are still good. The main thing I'm worried about is the noise of the static, just being too loud with the radios. It's quite a sonic barrage, this game, but that's also kind of the point, isn't it? To sort of to unsettle you constantly. What's my health like? I'll get rid of the... Take one health drink. Okay, and now I hope you're wearing headphones, because we're going to get some absolutely awful vomiting noises, which sound horribly realistic. And there's a dead person in the fridge, which is not good. So maybe someone's reacting in a negative way to that. Okay, one thing I do want to check, actually. Sorry to keep the noise of the vomiting going. I just love it so much. 50 bullets, okay. That could be enough. So, a charming introduction to this character. And this was the van that we saw at the beginning, so he owned that white van. I don't know how they got those sounds so disgusting.
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about.
What a question.
Honest. But I did see some weird looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
It's just wretched.
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, you be careful too.
So aside from all the vomiting, which is honestly genuinely nauseating, the big concern about him is that he's immediately denying. He's like, "What? Did you know that guy?" And he's like, "No, I didn't kill him." So just a few red flags there. Vehement denial of something we didn't even ask if he'd done. So we'll just maneuver around for a minute. So I'm going to look out for him later on, is basically what I'm saying. Hello? There's more than one of them in here. Die. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Oh no, I did. I killed him. Okay. So, handgun bullets. We'll see if there's anything else in here. A detail I really always liked is that if you step in the pool of blood, then you get the little trail of bloody footsteps. Just such a neat little thing that I wish more games did. Sightseeing brochure for the town. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. Hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Roger Widmark. So I think that reappears in Silent Hill 3 as well. And it's such a good tone setter, right? 'Cause Silent Hill is meant to be almost like mythic, in terms of its American like tourist town. Like it's got all of those trappings. So this will reconnect us up here. It's got all of those trappings of this American tourist place, and it's using those tropes basically to its advantage. I might pop my head back in here and save it. And one of those things that it subverts is that nothing, like, it's the exterior is sort of ostensibly this Americana sort of small town, burger joints and everyone like enjoying the like luscious scenery and all that kind of thing. But there's something quite disturbingly wrong about what's going on. Okay, so hang on. What do I need to do now? Do I have what I need? Yes, fire escape key. Okay. So then I was going the right way. I'm just getting myself turned around. So it's very easy to get yourself turned around in this game, and I think that is also a deliberate design decision. It does put you in sort of a fugue state yourself, right? Flip the camera. Flip the camera. Excuse me. So there's this really weird, like, sorry to harp on it, but there's this really weird relationship between James and the player. Like, in some ways, you feel exactly how James feels, like lost and distressed and unsettled by all these weird noises. There's this really good quote, like, it sounds Silent Hill chips away your internal health bar. I think someone wrote about it. And that's pretty perfect. Like, that's exactly what Akira Yamaoka's works of music and ambience do to you. But so you're connected to James in this way. Like, you understand James's uncertainty and even fear, but at the same time, you never quite understand his motives. And another thing to consider is that James, I mean, he feels afraid. Like, he jumps into the closet to hide from Pyramid Head and whatnot. But he still, his first reaction to the monster was, yes, initially, like, sort of seize up and be afraid, the first monster he sees. But then he just pulls out this 2x4 and just beats it to death. Like, that speaks to something about his character, the person that we're controlling. And we should always be aware of these kinds of actions, right? Because a lot of games do a really poor job of sorry, James, this is disgusting. I think this is referenced in Resident Evil 7, as is the main plot line of Resident Evil 7 is taken from this game. But there's a lot of games that come up with really bad excuses, right, for what the player is doing. So the character's motivations should always feed into into not just the story, but into the gameplay. And that can be a really hard thing to do. Like, I'm not saying this is an easy thing to do, to conceptualize a game story that works like perfectly on all levels. But there's, like, a lot of the time you just sort of feel like it's a bit flimsy. I don't have a map. I might just pop my head back in here for a second. You feel like, I think the big example that a lot of people use is Uncharted, right? Like, if you've ever played Uncharted, Nathan Drake is like this really nice. He's like this really cool guy, but at the same time, he's also like massacring like hundreds of people, and that kind of thing. And you sort of feel like the story doesn't line up with the actual gameplay. So that, like, ludonarrative dissonance of sorts. If you've heard that term, it's when the ludic elements, the play elements, don't line up with the narrative that we're meant to be experiencing. See if we can solve this. So what's that? 20, 27. Wait, 10, 10? This is obviously on hard difficulty. Wondering what I should do. Whether I try and solve this and waste everybody's time, or just keep moving. What do you reckon? I could come back as well if I need the bullets, because the safe is full of bullets. But my brain is my brain is working on like 5 different tracks at the moment. I'm like commentary, analysis, gameplay. I'll leave it for now. If anyone wants me to, we can come back and try and solve it. And if I need to, who knows? I might just need to come back and solve it because I might not have enough bullets. So far, I haven't fired a shot though, which is good, because I was pretty bad with that kind of thing in my Silent Hill 3 playthrough so far. I don't know why I keep trying to open the map. I don't have the map yet. That's positive. I can hear a bug. Step on the bug, and suddenly everything is calm and quiet and still. Okay. So there's a lot of really weird architecture as well. Like it looks like a storm sort of ripped through here, but you're never really sure why or what. This room will be important. Save room. I'm just trying to think of some more examples where the gameplay doesn't line up with the character's motivations. I mean, it happens in most shooters, right? Like the sort of the narrative framing for your actions is really flimsy and serves to disconnect you from the character. But in Silent Hill 2, you have a character that you really want to empathize with, but you can't quite get there. Like on some levels, you can sympathize with him and you can understand his plight, but on another level, you're sort of like, what is James doing, right? Like I know that it's me technically who's getting him to stick his. I forced him to stick his hand in the toilet and through the hole in the wall, but we're taken out of control of that. Like James is the one ultimately who goes through with these acts. And in Silent Hill 3, you can ask, if you have a Silent Hill 2 save, you can ask Heather to sort of Heather might see something in the toilet, and you can click on it, and she's like, "Oh, should I grab it?" And then you press X again, and then she's like, "Oh, no, that's disgusting. Who would do that?" Which is both throwing shade at James, right? But also making us recontextualize James's weird actions. Like, what character would actually go through with that? Like, all of our Skyrim characters are like looters, like you just like strip corpses of their stuff, haul them back to market, sell everything. It's pretty horrible, really, when you think about it. But that's how we contextualize and motivate our own characters through the mechanics of the game, and that's what Skyrim, for instance, reinforces, and it encourages that certain play style. And you almost want to be wondering while you're playing. I know it's not a preset character, so there's sort of a bit more leeway there, but you almost want to be wondering who exactly is this character? Like, where are they going? What are they doing? And this is the sort of question that James in particular brings up and pulls to the forefront of gaming in general. Like, why is he doing this? What is the purpose of James as a character, and why do we feel so distanced from him, even though we're the ones controlling him? We don't understand him. We don't get his motivations. Would I say that Silent Hill 2 is an example of lunar narrative harmony then? Yes, I think I would, for the most part. Like, it does basically everything in terms of linking gameplay and narrative really well, because, as I said before, there's a link, right, between Pyramid Head's actions of killing monsters and James's actions of killing monsters. Like, there's thematic, like, links and parallels, symbolism, obviously, that you can pick up on, that's reflected in the gameplay. Like, they linked the symbolism into the gameplay loop, and I think they mostly did that really well. And the ending system, in particular, is a work of genius that more games would be well served to look at, because it's not a concrete meter. The game is like invisibly judging you for minute actions rather than large actions, and I think that's really how life in general should like how life in general works, to a certain degree, influencing people's opinions of you around you and that kind of thing. But also, yeah, like just in general, like the one thing you'll notice, and I know I'm moving at I feel like I'm moving at breakneck speed, so I do apologize if I'm moving through this too fast, like the game in general. But the next time we enter a cutscene, it's really worth just thinking about what James says and what the cutscene is showing us when we're not controlling James, right? So when we're controlling him, we're feeding into this symbolism, but when we're not, there's sort of control is being taken away from us, and it's really worth thinking about why. Like a lot of games will use cutscenes in a really lazy way. This isn't to dunk on cutscenes. I love cutscenes. Cutscenes can be really cool, but a lot of games are really not very good at using cutscenes in a way that actually furthers the story and increases your relationship to the character, or makes your relationship to the character more complicated. If that makes sense, I hope that makes sense. So as we keep playing, pay attention to the cutscenes, pay attention to the gameplay loop, and you can sort of see how Silent Hill 2 basically took the. Sorry, I realize I'm frozen on this puzzle screen here for a second. Silent Hill took the basic formula of survival horror, and they used it really well in the first one. Admittedly, to somewhat predictable results. Like it was a narrative about killing monsters, even though there was some more surreal elements and some more. It was a bit more intelligent than Resident Evil, obviously. But then you have this one, which takes that central concept of going around checking doors, gathering up items, and killing monsters, and he actually uses that to feed into the main character's uncertainty. Again, I hope all of this makes sense. I realize I'm just I'm spelling out a lot here. So if anyone has further questions or points of their own or games of their own that they think are really good examples of ludonarrative harmony, I'd love to hear some examples actually of games that do put forward that use the form, the very medium of video games or the genre that they're in, and then base the story around that and base the character around that. God, yeah, shooters are so bad at that, aren't they? Like I can think of very few shooters that really that justify, especially modern shooters, or like historical shooters, I guess. Maybe it's easier to justify in sci-fi shooters, or even something as simple as Doom, which I know has such a famous and award-winning story. So we had the same thought, right? Like it's simple, and the main character is linked really perfectly to the gameplay loop, and you feel justified. Well, the main character's actions feel justified in that you're still the one carrying them out. Yeah, I do hope that makes sense. And it is a really interesting question to dwell upon when you're playing any game. Why is the character doing what they're doing, and where is that coming from, and how is that actually reflected in the story? Yeah. I just realized. So I've clicked on this. This is a hard puzzle. I don't think there's anyone in the audience at the moment, but I stole this particular puzzle for a D&D campaign, and it took way too long to figure out. So if any of you are watching either now or in future, I sincerely apologize, but you can no longer put the blame just on me. I finally confess, I stole it from Silent Hill 2. So this is a coin puzzle. So this is why we need the coins. I think the answer for this puzzle has almost been seared into my brain from that session of D&D, where I included my own, quote unquote, my own coin puzzle. Where's the bug? Gotcha. So yeah, these are probably they do a lot of damage, but they don't really hit you. These enemies are pretty okay. Oh. So I don't know if there's anyone who's watching now who can corroborate this. But the other big reason why people consider this game boring is the combat, and I think you can probably see why if you're just watching it. I don't know how it looks to just watch, um, but it's not exactly the world's most exciting combat, right? So you hold. It's traditional survival horror though. It doesn't lock you in place. James can walk and even have a run around while he swings his bat. I'll see if I can get that going. Oh, no, I can't. Not indoors. I can't. But there's it's not hugely exciting, but it does still feed into that into the Ludo narrative, into these elements of play. I'll let this play. I think Angela. I just love any scene with Angela in it.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela, okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah.
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please don't.
Okay, so there's a lot going on in that scene, right? And this is another one, a scene that, if we're approaching it from film and media, we can unpack that in a really profound way. Just a cool technical note: how they got the mirrors working was just a copy of the room and two Jameses running around. I'm pretty sure there's no actual reflection going on. It's just another James. Okay, So now we have all the coins. I think we just need 3. So we're going to make our way back to that room. It would be really helpful if I picked up the map, wouldn't it? Where does this go? Is this what I'm looking for? Yes, it is. I have I played this game a bit. Obviously, I love it a lot. But I'm like, sometimes I struggle to remember exactly where stuff is. So I'm glad there's some intuitiveness, I guess you'd say, going on there. My brain is working away despite everything. Okay, so we need to go back into 105. Okay, so we have this really big puzzle. First lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits the one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go, seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. Okay, so that's like hugely complex. It's a hugely complex puzzle. There's a lot of moving parts to it. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure I spent a long time on the puzzle. I mean, we'll see. So I think here we've got a prisoner, female prisoner. So the first one is empty, right? First lies the seat of he who is peerless. So there's no one is peerless, I guess. So I think it goes prisoner, and then I think at the opposite end goes the snake, because it's is it closer to woman, further away from man? Yeah, let me try this. Boom. Is that it? No. I know this. Maybe I just put them around the wrong way. Maybe it's this one. And this one. Did that work? Oh, damn, no. I've done this. Am I thinking of the wrong solution level? No, if it doesn't go there, hang on. Let me read through this one more time. I apologize to everyone. Let's take this. We'll take them all out. I think there's an empty space between the prisoner and the woman. So there's a blank. No, there's a blank space between the snake and the. I realize I shouldn't. Turns out I shouldn't have done it this way, huh? I was overconfident in my abilities. This is for anyone planning to do this themselves. I was vastly overestimating my own memories of my own memory skill, I suppose you'd say. So I think I was right. Yes. Okay. Yep. Muck them all up. I knew I had the solution stored away somewhere. All right. What do we got? So we got the Lynn House key, so now we can head upstairs to Lynn House. So we've almost left the apartments. What I might do is see. See if I can find any more ammo. Any more resources. Because I'm gonna need them very soon. Casual foreshadowing. I am glad it's just the mannequins, because I can deal with them okay. The lying figures, which is what the acid ones are called, they're much worse. Okay, got that sorted. Okay, so that was a waste of time, but at least we didn't take any damage. So that's a positive. Okay, go back up here. I think I checked all the doors downstairs, didn't I? Yeah. So the other one was Angela's room. And Angela is, just such a fascinating character, and we'll learn more about her later. I don't want to spoil anything specific about her, but she's really thoughtfully written in a way that a lot of similar characters are not in video games. It's Mary. Anything funny about that? No. Look at the letter. Just got to read it through again to stabilize myself before I go in here. So I got 70 bullets, 80 bullets actually, 3 first aid kits. Okay, so there's nothing, doesn't say anything beyond lines, so I'm just gonna have to try and remember. Good, I remembered. that was not quite as stressful as I was expecting it to be, anticipating it to be. Okay. So we're making some decent progress, which is what I like to see. Handgun bullets. And this apartment stairway key. So this is what we need to leave. I really like it's a really visceral jiggling the doorknob sound. Okay. So it's no speed run, but we're doing okay. Alright, so we saved there. I'm fully expecting that I might pay for some hubris again very shortly, and thinking that I could tackle this game on hard, but we shall soon see. I've done okay conserving resources, right? So, ouch. I locked the door. Okay. Alright. I almost feel like I should, Oh, he's got magnetic grip. I almost feel like I should go for like a drinking game or something, right? Like, every time I get killed by Pyramid Head, take a shot. So I apologize to anyone who's like, if anyone's tuning in who's an absolute pro at this game and they're just watching me fumble like crazy, then I do apologize. Basically, trying to count my shots, narrate, analyze, all at the same time. So that scene there that we just saw might lend some credence to the fact that Pyramid Head is, I failed to count my shots, is in fact raping the monsters. But again, we can never be really quite sure. That's the beauty of it. Yep, you do that. What I gotta say is this is one of the weirdest boss arenas I think I've seen in any video game. It's a weird shape for a boss arena. And James is a complete moron, right? Like, you can hear the sound of the bullets hitting the helmet. If James just tried to shoot the body instead of the giant metal head, then maybe I would have got out of that, alright? Alright, let's try that again. So I know I can do it. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. I think I wasn't too far away from winning, I don't think. But we'll see. I was doing okay, I say confidently as I stride back into the hallway to get killed again. Ow! What a jerk. Can I skip this? Each time? Yes, I can. So every time you shoot him, right, he slows down. So the tactic is to just unload many bullets into him so that he's always slow. Oh shit. Oh! Thanks. Oh. Holy hell. Okay. So you see, yeah, it really slows him down. But he recovers pretty quick in hard mode, which he doesn't do in other difficulties. Okay, we got him. So you hear that siren? He's decided, you know what, James, you kind of suck. I'm gonna leave you. I'll just leave you to it. Oh. Except I can't follow him that closely. We're not friends, you see. Bye. It was nice meeting you. I'm just gonna stay over here so he doesn't like accidentally kill me or something. Yeah. Alright. So I died once. I was actually expecting to die 2 or 3 times, trying to relearn the rhythm of that fight. So basically I'm super glad I saved all of those bullets because... And still had some to spare. So you see, even on hard difficulty, right? Like, there are still bullets to spare. So I've still got 40 bullets. So how many did I have? 80? 90? So that takes 50 bullets, I think, to kill. Or to at least scare away Pyramid Head. To make Pyramid Head's big Pyramid Head hurt enough. You just give him a big headache, basically. He's like, nah, I'm out of this. Okay. So now we're back on the streets. So we finished... I guess we can consider that like the first dungeon of the game, right? Like if you were going to break it up into traditional game terminology, that was the first area of the game. And the pace, the story is sort of, all that's happened so far is we've been loosely introduced to the major players, and we're about to be introduced to the last 2 major characters in this next section. I think I might re-equip my plank, though I shouldn't need it, but I'll re-equip it anyway. Oh no, we did meet her. She stood on James's hand and kicked away the damn thing, the key.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
Me? I'm perfectly innocent.
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
And boom, that was the moment. Like, I loved the game before this, but when I was first playing that moment, when I'm like, I'm hooked. I'm not putting this down until I finish it. It's such a cool little reference, such a cool little story beat. That it sort of becomes hard to sort of tear yourself away from that. I'll just see if there's anything. No, I know there is bullets. Always worth checking. And you see that, yeah, just like the bizarre architecture of Silent Hill, even when it's quote unquote normal, just there's a random like wiring on the roof there preventing access. And just the fog is so thick, it's beautiful, it's palpable. Okay. Now I'll talk about this more shortly, I think, because there's a big cutscene. But I was really interested because a lot of we've discussed already that game studies at the moment is really largely rooted in film and media, right? Like it's coming out of ideas about representation, and Silent Hill 2 is chock full of symbolism and representation. We can talk about that. We can talk about that all day. Um, I have so far, and I will continue to. But the other thing that's really worth thinking about in games in general, and it seems to be a relatively not radical concept, but just something that hasn't been thought about so much is what's being, I guess, what's being simulated. Because games are like engines of simulation, right? Like computers simulate, and Silent Hill is something like every game is a simulation of something. Like there's representation, but there's also like stuff going on beneath that. And this is a question that, as I play through this game and think about more, that I really want to dig into about whether, I mean, even if like some of you might disagree, we might not be simulating anything in this. It might just be strictly representation. But this a game is to some degree about simulation, and that's what I really want to dig into. This idea of simulation in games as being something that other mediums actually can't do. And Silent Hill 2, as a simulation so far, what we've had is this a James Sunderland simulator? Is that what we as potential like game studies people is that what, all we can say about this? Is this just a James Sunderland emotion engine? Is this what we're going into, or are we simulating something deeper than that? Because and I'm gonna get into, I guess, like elements of psychology, and I'm not a psychologist, but like the mind is the great simulator, right? Like we simulate emotions all the time in terms of when we're empathizing with someone, we're simulating, right? Like that's the thing we simulate. Um, that emotion, we try and reconstruct what the other person is thinking, put ourselves into their shoes, and like extrapolate from there. And is this what Silent Hill 2 is doing for James, or is it doing something more sinister? What is it? What is it
Mary?
doing? But I'll let this play. It's a fascinating question.
No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
One of my
So,
favorite characters in games.
feel how
Full
warm
stop.
I am?
She's so
Really
so
not,
interesting.
Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
And that's here?
Oh yeah.
Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So, the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh. Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
Okay. So again, a lot going on in that scene. She's a really just fascinating character. I'd love to make a video on her. I know lots of people have already analysed Maria in particular to death. But all I'll say for now is, I suppose, sorry. All I'll say for now is that if there is someone who looks like your dead wife and talks like your dead wife, then maybe there's something just a little worrying about that fact. Maybe he should be a little more concerned. But you'll notice as well, you might not pick it up because it's really quite subtle, but when this cutscene starts, James takes a step forwards and says Mary, and he's for the one and only time in the whole game, he has a legitimate smile on his face, and he's actually happy for a moment because he thinks, oh, finally I've got Mary back. But then it's not Mary at all, but it's almost Mary. And what does that mean exactly? So this is something that the game will explore as well in detail. But this starts the escort quest, but fortunately it's not very long, and it shouldn't be very hard. So we just have to make sure she doesn't get killed by monsters or by my own weapons. I'm quite happy that I have not equipped the gun, because I know things would go very, very badly if I did. That's what happened on my first playthrough. I accidentally shot her. I had to go all the way back and beat Pyramid Head again because I neglected to save. So that was cool. That was what I really liked. Disrupting the flow of the game. There is a save point in here. I just cannot remember what is on. Yes, it's on Toluca. Okay. So yeah, I didn't know there was a save point in here. We'll make a new slot, just in case I really want to go back and fight Pyramid Head again. Right. So now we've got to try and get... can I zoom out? There is a way to zoom out, but on this controller it fails me. I'm more used to the good old PlayStation 2. Don't know if there's anyone here who still has a good old PlayStation 2, but the old fat one still works that I have, and it's remarkable that it's still legitimately functioning basically perfectly. I think the one thing I need is a new memory card, because I've filled up the other two I have with a lot of old stuff. But I find, yeah, I don't know if anyone's looked into it, but the advertising for Silent Hill 2. Oh, that's what I was going to mention before. You should look. Maria's outfit, I think, is Christina Aguilera's from the 2000s Choice Awards, or something crazy like that. Like, if you look that up, I think that's right. That her outfit, like her choker, her leopard print skirt, her boots, I think it's all taken directly from that. I think so. I might be wrong, but I think so. And the other thing that's worth examining is not just the stuff inside Silent Hill 2, but even the advertising, because the advertising at the time was really uncertain about how to actually sell the game. I think particularly in America, they struggled to... Was it America or was it the UK? They had this really bizarre ad where there's like a witch in the forest or something, and there's a little boy like running away from the witch, and it's not at all reflective of the actual experience in any way. But at the time, right, like Silent Hill 2 tapped into negative emotions in a way that not many games prior to had really done. I struggle to think of any before Silent Hill that really went after emotions beyond. Like Resident Evil, obviously they were going for scary, which isn't always pleasant, but there was sort of still like a B movie like camp to it, right? Like you could accept that, oh, this isn't real, and there's still meant to be like an element of fun to it. But whereas with this, like it's really not fun. Like the color palette is really muted most of the time. You have Maria, obviously, who stands out with her Choice Awards inspired outfit, but like a lot of the time, like it's these muted like grays, whites, and the fog sort of conceals everything. It's oops, pick that up too. These horrible sort of browns and like grungy, just rust everywhere. And again, that sort of makes you like it would have been a really hard job to sell this game to a fledgling like games industry that hadn't necessarily experienced anything on this level before, because it's actively targeting negative emotions, and I think actively targeting them in a way that a lot of games actually still really struggle with. Again, because of that ludonarrative stuff that we discussed earlier, that there's a ludonarrative harmony rather than dissonance constructed in this game, because it understands that they understand the genre and they understand the form of video games and when to take control away from the player, and that control being taken away from the player, what does that say about James as a character when he is acting outside of your control? Just a question I'm just constantly fascinated by. It preoccupies my mind whenever I play this.
I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So it's a bizarre decision, right? Like a minute ago, she's like, "Oh no, don't leave me here alone. There's monsters everywhere." And then she's like, "Oh no, it's fine. I don't like bowling. I'll stay out here with all the monsters." And that's telling too, isn't it? That says something as well. Mainly about her,
So
really,
what'd you do?
and her motivations.
Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
So she's looking for Mary as well. Interesting. Now, there's something really remarkable, right? Like about all of the spaces in Silent Hill 2. I mean, this music is amazing. This is Alone in the Town for anyone who needs to immediately look it up and add it to their playlist. But just the level of detail that was placed into the environments, like they didn't have to do any of this. This could have just been a big empty room, maybe with a couple of desks. But it's just the way everything is positioned, as though people have got up, left, and then they just never came back. And it's that level of detail that really informs our understanding of the world of Silent Hill. Like, this is... I think the original game, in some part, was meant to be a criticism of the increasing urbanization of just the world in general. You can critique, it was like a double critique of both that trend in Japan and in America, I think, of rural towns as neglected places. And it's a really interesting trope. I've been thinking about that a lot. Sorry again to stall it, but I've been thinking a lot about why rural towns are such a go-to horror bit. And I mean, part of it is really a practical thing, right? If there's a horror, like if you're writing horror, it's so hard to make a whole city or whatever, or to characterize a whole city. Whereas something small, you can characterize it with a lot more depth. So you've obviously got that practical side. But I was wondering if there was something else informing these kinds of decisions, right? Like, it's not just... And there's isolation, of course. It's easier to isolate someone if they're in a little town. But, like, is there a critique of rural communities in there? Or, like, a stigma against rural communities? I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. But there's a lot of... It feels like, like city folk almost, like, turning their noses down in some small way at the weird traditions of people from smaller... from the country. I'm wondering if that informs it as well, just a little bit. Because I know Silent Hill 1 was like, look at what this urbanization is actually doing to the rural towns. Like, it's abandoned, not just because of the monsters, but you sort of got the sense that things had already turned to crap. Like, people had just left because there was nothing there for them anyway in the real world. And the people that remained were all terrible. But putting aside that critique, yeah, I do wonder where it all comes from. I guess it must come from all of these different sources together, probably. It is a shame, though, about there's something to be said for living rurally, or at least not in the heart of a big city. I'm not a big city person.
Oh.
Probably just there's my
James.
prejudices, my biases coming into play. Anti-urban, anti-big urban.
But,
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura, is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
Okay, so here I guess is where I should bring up the idea of the pathetic fallacy. I don't know if anyone's heard of it, but it was an idea pitched by a Victorian critic, specifically in regards to poetry, the poetry of his era, basically, where Ruskin said that the pathetic fallacy was the poet projecting their emotions onto the environment, and that, well, like, that's kind of, that's... He's like, that's a bad thing, because we should be after the truth.
Yeah.
And obviously...
She was too fast for me.
Sure, that...
Aren't you gonna go after her?
Yep. I am. So there's one... That's obviously one way to interpret and write poetry, right? Like, you're always interested in the cold, hard truths. Sure. But the pathetic fallacy, I was thinking about it, and it relates really strongly to our idea, to the idea of Silent Hill, as well as a lot of other horror with liminal spaces, especially psychological horror that basically, like, takes the protagonist's mind or some character's mind and projects it onto their environment. So that's what the pathetic fallacy is. Emotion projected onto environment. And if we think about that, Silent Hill is doing it in a really negative way. So we're getting all of these monsters that are at least sexually coded, but mostly feminine coded. Pyramid Head has a big old blade, which might be representative of something. And we also have, so putting aside James for a second, a lot of people find the line, where am I going? A lot of people find the line, this town is full of monsters, how can you sit there and eat pizza, is quite funny, and it is, because it's really dissonant, like, and it almost comes out of nowhere in the conversation. But at the same time, we want to be thinking, well, why? Where the hell did he get pizza? Like, where did he get pizza at this time? And you sort of start to think, maybe this is the pathetic fallacy working again, right? This is it generating a pizza for Eddie to feel ashamed
She went through there.
about his body. So Silent Hill is, in some sense, like, fat shaming Eddie so that he feels worse,
Is there
so
any
that
other way?
there are more
Yeah,
negative
there is.
emotions being projected
Right
into the
through
environment.
there.
Again, really interesting. And it's clear that the developers thought really carefully about it. And as well, this is something that sticks with me a lot when I'm playing horror games. Like, because so many horror developers will believe that
It's no good. It's locked.
simply speaking, horror should be bleak and dark all the time. And that was my big problem with Outlast 2 in particular. It was just this. There was no humor. There was no levity to it. Whereas even in Silent Hill 2, which is such a depressing game, right? Like terribly depressing. Even just the visual style. But there again, like there was a flair there, right? Like Maria sort of teasing James. There was like a playfulness there, which doesn't exist in a lot of horror games. Um, and that playfulness is really important because if there needs to be moments of, there needs to be moments of like release of levity, of at least some kind of relaxation. And if there's not, then you just sort of feel like a bit numb. And Silent Hill 2 is really good at avoiding that numbness. It's always trying to get a reaction out of you. And this is a really curious location. Just switch gears for a second, because it's got its own music track, and it seems very important. And obviously, Maria has a connection to it. We can probably infer that she works or worked here at the club as a stripper. And but there's no actual like significance to it. Like, it's got its own music, Heaven's Night, and it's really beautiful and it's well detailed. But there's no items here. There's nothing of importance beyond this inferred link that we get between Maria and Heaven's Night, and I just find that really interesting. That the developers are confident enough to create a whole environment for almost nothing. It's not nothing, but it's almost nothing. Okay, I'm just going to search for some more stuff because very soon I'm going to need it, because we're going to enter into the hospital again. And if you were there watching my Silent Hill 3 playthrough of the hospital, that was a shocking time. I'm hoping this will be a bit better, but I'm not expecting any miracles. Let's just put it that way. I'm still expecting to have to fight a bit. And as well, a really cool mechanic. I just really like the fact that he stops to actually breathe. Like, there's no UI. Like, it's such a visual, it's such a nice little visual and really natural indicator that he's tired. So, and it might also be really hard to see. Oh, don't get to see it anyway.
Over there!
Bye. Go into that abandoned hospital. What could possibly go wrong? But yeah, like, you'll notice he starts off at quite the pelt. He can run quite fast, and then after a little bit of running, you'll see he slows back down into like a gentle jog. See if I'm just seeing if there is anything this way. Yeah, okay. Maybe she'll be able to tell me something about Mary. So yeah, we're restricted from exploring any further that way, but that's fine. I was just wondering if there are any resources that we need. Don't think so. But I hope you agree with me that, like, from the apartments onward, it feels like there's more urgency to the plot, or at least a sense that more is happening with the story. That you've sort of got an idea of where things might be going. You just sort of like, what the, like, who is this woman really? It's not. She's certainly not doesn't seem normal. She's just hanging out there. Okay. So I'm actually doing okay. So Silent Hill 2, even on hard, it seems so far, is still really generous with its pickups. Jump scare Maria, boom. Something is written on it. So I'm actually glad that they're still somewhat resource generous, but we shall soon see. I think I'm still predicting this will be the make or break for my playthrough, depending on what happens to me. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind. But to him, there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him, must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. Remember the key to that box. Purple ball key. Cool. Okay. Fascinating, right? Just a little note. What does it add? It adds some character and flavor, not just to the hospital, but to the mental state of its residents, and perhaps the possibility that other people are encountering this other world that James is witnessing. I just had to check 3 times that was indeed locked, and apparently it is. So unlike the third game, there are no nurses in here yet. The third game starts with 2 dangerous nurses just already patrolling this opening lobby bit. But fortunately, not this time. Doctor's Lounge we didn't try. So I mean, for those of you who haven't played it and perhaps could answer this question, I'm curious what you think of watching it, and do you think it earns, because it's still like held up as one of the scariest, like one of the best horror games ever? And I agree, it's one of the best horror games ever. But I don't know if it's, a lot of people like, for scary means a lot of things to a lot of different people. But yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to say whether, like, a lot of people sort of say, oh well, why is this game still held up as the shining example, you know? Here are the nurses, the most famous design of them as well. I don't know. Do you think this game is still effective? Do you think it still looks effective? I know it's not quite the same because you're watching me play it and probably over-explain some stuff, but still. Lapis key, shotgun shells. Okay. So the nurses are still really dangerous. And their jerky movements. Run! Your mind is still stuck on where you got the pizza from? In a good... I hope the like the point about it being like almost like a projection, right? I hope that was interesting, because a lot of people play it for jokes, and like as I said before, it is funny, but it's also like still playing into the horror in some level. So yeah, like, where did he get the pizza from? Was it just sitting there, and did he just start eating it for no reason? Like, again, yeah, what does that say about him? Typewriter here, no use for this. Wait a minute, what's this? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck into the typewriter. I can still read the imprint left on it. I know it. The secret, I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes, the box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 8825. All right. I'm gonna go 8825 in the chat. I'm gonna forget it otherwise. I know I will. 8825. Okay. We also need to get into these rooms here. Oh, you suck. Okay.
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
So like this game in Fear it's more about trepidation. Just trying to articulate. Um, it's it's not so much about like running around and like running away from monsters necessarily. She is really prone to just jump scaring people. I know she got me the first time I played this. What did I get? Examination room key. So we're just picking up all the stuff we need. But Silent Hill is more predicated on the idea that I guess like a lot of traditional survival horror that you won't have enough resources to tackle the task. But we've already discovered that that's not necessarily true. We have quite a few resources. Like you see, even on hard difficulty, like the hardest possible setting for the game, I have 130 bullets and another 12 shells for your shotgun, and I've only just started collecting shotgun shells. Um, like that's interesting. So the real fear comes from these negative emotions that Silent Hill 2 is trying to give to us. Oh, that was bad. Right, so a lot of games don't tackle these kinds of things very often, and I'd say generally not very well. I know we discussed it last time. Like it's a pet peeve of mine, right? That horror is oh. That horror, psychological horror, is a tag that's really hard to define, and it's really hard to find a proper psychological horror game that does the job that it sort of implies on the tin, that it actually deconstructs negative human emotions. Because a lot of horror, and this is also fine, a lot of horror goes into the shock value, right? A lot of horror aims specifically for the shock value, the shock factor, the gore, or the outright like super horrible aspects of human nature in an overt way, and that's fine. Like you watch a film like what's it called, Martyrs, with the really like shocking imagery, like anything from the French extremism movement, and you have to grapple with some like dreadful imagery, and I mean there's some psychological stuff to that as well, but in general games don't tend to fold both in together. They tend to have one or the other, and the trend is generally let's do the nasty stuff. Let's shock rather than let's make them actually think and reflect. And so Silent Hill 2 is still a really rare and precious title in that way. And I'd love to hear more recommendations if anyone has a similar game that they think of when they think of that kind of thing. Recommendations are always welcome at any time, especially for games that I could play on stream. Because I love me some I love to get depressed. it's just a fantastic way to play games. Pin number this month is T, last month was X, and before that was C. What are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door of the patient wing really need to have its combination changed that often? Okay. Spec Ops The Line. Yeah. Shamefully, I have not finished that. I should actually maybe playing it on stream would encourage me to finish it properly, because I did really love what I played. Disco Elysium. That's another game that's on my list. I can't tell you how many people have recommended it to me. It's been on my list for a while. My finger is hovered over the purchase button, but I simply haven't been able to pull the trigger. But I really, do you think, is it a streamable game, or would it be pretty boring to watch me play through for the first time? Yeah, because otherwise it'd just be a game that I'd sort of curl up in the corner with, I guess. Sorry, didn't mean to click on that. Okay. because I know it's very text heavy, which obviously Pathologic is. It has Twitch integration. Oh, that could be interesting. It's nothing I've played on Twitch so far has been remotely modern, so no Twitch integration there. Very slow in pace. Yeah, I guess that's the thing. I am really worried about playing a game. I probably shouldn't be that worried about it, but I am worried about playing a game that is just is too slow, or that I die on too much and have to repeat a lot of. Which has happened to me a little bit, right? Goodness, I do a lot of damage. Okay. Update that added full voice acting. Yeah, I think I did see that. I really do. It's like, I really do need to check it out. Like, I'll just get rid of these guys. So you see, they don't even take that many bullets, right? And that's remarkably hard to see, specifically, but they actually have little mouths, I think, with like razor sharp teeth. Oh. I'll just leave them, I think. Playing this makes me wonder as well, like, if this particular form of survival horror could have ever actually survived without, even without Resident Evil 4. Like, if Resident Evil 4 hadn't been made, I wonder if it would have survived a bit longer, or if it would have sort of just went on to languish still in obscurity. I think it was already sort of reaching its limits. Even with Silent Hill 3, I think people were sort of starting to be like, well, they've really done everything they can here, right? Like, nope. Because, like, I love Resident Evil 4. I went into it before I played it, because I was always more of a fan of these kinds of games, the slower, more traditional survival horror experience. And I was sort of going into it like, this is the game that killed all of my favorite games. How could it? But then I couldn't help but love it, because it's such a well-designed game. Oh. Where else haven't I looked? I think I've looked everywhere in here, haven't I? Okay. Okay, what's worth doing? Yeah, Resident Evil 4, it's a special one. I really do like it. Did I regenerate all my health, or? Because it doesn't look like I've taken any damage, but I definitely have. I'm gonna run back through and save it. New slot again. As you see, yeah, the nurses are some of the deadliest enemies, but we only really have to contend with them in the hospital. Obviously, they're sort of confined to the hospital. And another enemy that's really sexualized. And what's really funny about the series is that they took future developers, like the Western developers, took both Pyramid Head and the nurses, and basically like took them one for one from Silent Hill 2, discounting any of the particular nastiness that related them specifically to James, and that's kind of disappointing that they didn't. Whoops. That they didn't really consider that. But this is an argument that everyone has had for who knows how long. What do I have? Lapis eye key. I'm just checking what I have because I think I do need to go down in there. I wonder if I should. All right. I'm just thinking because there's like the boss in here is seriously going to make or break this playthrough. So I'm just trying to be really careful. So try and clear this area out real quick. So yeah, you gotta stay so far away from the nurses because they do too much damage. And at the moment, I think I have enough ammo that I can afford to clear out rooms a bit. Okay, that's good. I definitely needed that. All right, so we need to figure out the puzzle. But I'm worried I'm gonna spend like 50 billion hours on it if I'm not careful. Okay, so these are all locked. Let's see. What was the clue, right? Because did I get the clue in the memos? Did that come with me? Whiteboard graffiti. The pin number this month was T. Last month it was X. Before that it was Z. Like this is the door, right? But there's no further hints. I do have, just in the case that I get stuck or I feel like I'm going to spend way too long on it, I do have a document. And just off to the side here. Okay. Sorry to take the fun out of anyone's puzzle solving abilities, but I think just for the sake of time and brevity and me remaining at least somewhat sane, I'm going to just punch in the code because Lord knows how long I would have been there otherwise. I hope no one's immersion is broken by James's supernatural ability to figure out codes. So in here we'll have a particular bit of foreshadowing.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Really important symbolism here, obviously. There is a lady who looks just like your dead wife who died of an illness 3 years ago, who says she really enjoys lying down in bed and she is coughing. So the sort of speaking to, I guess, an idealized version of perhaps how James maybe wanted the illness to go down. I don't know. Ideas of shame and guilt in particular in video games are really rare. I don't know. I find it really difficult to think of another game that deals with shame in such a layered fashion. I'm sure there are many others, especially in the indie scene. But indie developers quite often, especially inexperienced ones, and I'm sure I'd probably be quite guilty of this when I tried to develop my first game or something. would be putting Silent Hill 2's story in a space the size of Silent Hill 4's apartment. It seems to be one of the driving forces behind indie horror at the moment, especially psychological stuff. And when you try and compact it all into one space, what can really work, you need a story, again, that is informed by the setting, by the gameplay, and so on. There's a game that's really, really good. It's not very long, and it's not very expensive either. It's called Love Sam, and I can't remember who it's by. I don't even know if they've made anything else that they've published, but it's a really wonderful game that indeed tells a story of shame and guilt, and a lot of, and some other creepier, some. It's quite creepy. It's generally quite effective, but it tells a really good story about negative emotions and about, like, I guess, possessiveness, almost, not to spoil anything, but within an apartment. And they do so many cool things with a single space, right? When designing a game, you have to think really carefully about that. May 9th, rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here, nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10, still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11, rain again. The meds make me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th, rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th, it's clear outside. The doctor's told me I've been released, that I've got to go home. The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was the diary doing up here? So we can probably infer that whoever wrote that ended their life not soon afterwards. The door won't open. Something is holding it closed from the other side. It won't open no matter how hard I try. I like that. Really simple. Instead of the door is jammed, something is holding it from the other side. It's just a really important shift in mood and feeling. Okay. Huh? Oh. I think if you look really carefully, you can see that Pyramid Head's great knife is actually one half of a pair of scissors. So it's like a giant pair of scissors. So I wonder if that's a reference in some way to the Clock Tower series, which has the main antagonist of that is Scissor Man, I think. Though I've yet to play those, I really want to, but the copies of them, like actual physical copies of them, are so hard to find. I'd love to, though, one day. Something written on the wall. 2537. That's what that says, right? 2537? I'm going to say it says 2537. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them. So I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. Not creepy at all. And you sort of get this eerie sound start to come in the longer you spend in that room. Okay. Now it's unlocked. Alright, where are we exactly? So we're in the special treatment room on the 3rd floor. So we left her there. Okay, so we're going to have to go down this corridor and search all of these rooms now, basically. Monster's still dead, or... Alright, I'll take it. Just hope Pyramid Head doesn't show up again and slice me in half. Whoops. So you see, yeah, like, it's easy to run James straight into a wall. You notice as well, so that's basically, like, that's the escort quest part of the game. Oops. That's the escort quest part of the game completed. We don't... Almost, actually. There's actually one more section, and I've heard it's absolutely terrible on hard difficulty, so we will soon see, I suppose. But otherwise, yeah, there's no more. There's no real more escorting. I don't think it's just in the hospital that we have to worry about it. So I just wanted to check. Should I search the nurse's station? Probably not. Nope. Note to self: that was a bad decision. Okay. Oops. It's a good thing he catches himself. I don't like lose health or something when that happens. Yeah, you can sort of see their teeth. What the? Okay. Something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. Okay, so what did I say? 2537. Okay, it's not that one. Maybe it's the other one. 2. Oh, yeah, right. Turn the numbers. I'm an idiot. 2357. No, 2537. I've even written it down and I can't even do it. Here we go. Okay, so what was the other? What's the other code? The relevant one? 8825. Yes. Okay. Now so we've unlocked both of those. Ever unlocked this box was an absolute bastard. Oops, sorry. The rebindings. I apologize if you see me like opening my map. That's what I'm doing all the time. Purple ball key. So that's slotted in, but that hasn't opened. Use the lapis key. Cool. Get the hair. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. So we take one bit of hair and then presumably just destroy the others. Alright. Now we need to go to the shower room. I'm really grateful. Ouch. I am grateful I played this through before, because otherwise I would be... Not only would my analysis be bad, but my analysis would be worse, but I'd be floundering around trying to figure out what to do. Okay, so what we do, combine here and the needle, because of course we do, and we lower that in to fish out whatever the heck is down here. I think I'm getting better at analyzing on the fly. I am really enjoying it. It's a really novel experience, actually. Elevator key. So I think for that elevator there. Right. Which way do I want to go? I want to run back towards the monsters. Okay, that was okay. Where do I want to go? Second floor? No, actually. First floor then. Right. I will save now because we're about to... this is the boss that I'm predicting will make or break me. So they're coming up very soon. So I'm going to save. Save here. Oh, why do I keep clicking on this? No. Okay. Alright. Sorted. I hope everyone's still doing well as I am. We're 2.5 hours in. This is really novel. Normally by now I would have called it quits. But I made of sterner stuff than that this week. Though I might shortly have a break just to grab a bite to eat. So we got some teddy bears in here. So we saw one before that weirdly had that needle in it. It was just unsafe for children. Need bullets. Okay, so not many, but hopefully it should be enough. I think this is the cutscene that plays my favorite music. Yes, it is. The Day of Night.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
That got his
Yes.
attention.
Yes!
Come on, hurry up.
Yeah,
Is it
I'm
in
coming.
there?
It's an obvious
Yeah,
setup,
in the
right?
back.
How could you fall for this? It's in the back. Yeah, it's fine.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
Ha ha, I tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it.
All you had to say was please.
Leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
Yeah, mean prank, I agree. Oh god. I know, they're such bad friends, you know, they should play better in the schoolyard. Whoa. Okay, that was 6, right? Oops. Yep. So this is, this is why I haven't used the shotgun yet, because I need it for these guys. And I can strangle you if they get too close. Oh, I missed, no. Run. I don't know why I keep pressing map. Oh my god. How much health do they have on hard? Okay, one down. Is that two down? And then that'll spawn the third one. How much do I have left? 7? Okay. So you can do 2 at a time and then run. It's a strategy on all difficulties. 2 at a time and then run. They just take more. So I am worried what this will mean for my ammunition, but at least the boss has not hit me. So, oh shoot, that was bad. I wasn't counting. And then I'll have to. Why do I keep doing that? I have to unload some handgun ammo. Got him. Alright. That wasn't so bad, but we'll see what happens now. So another first-person perspective.
James. James. James.
So now we're in some serious trouble. So in this tiny walled off section of the garden here, we have to now make our way back, find Maria, and get the hell out of this hospital. I think I've seen enough. And now now that we're in the other world, you can sort of see that the look has changed even more, but not to the it's not to the like necessarily horribly bloody. It's not overly bloody. It's more just like it was the site of like this long distant massacre, and now it's like decrepit and abandoned, and that inspires different feelings than sort of the flowing blood of Silent Hill 3's visuals. Okay, no, I won't take your medkit. I won't take your medkit. I'll just leave it. Let's see. Oh. I'll take that though. Okay, just another check. Okay, got some okay ammo situation, right? Once again, unlike Silent Hill 4, I'm so glad that this game does not have limited inventory space. Okay. I didn't check C4. Check C4 as well. Locked. Okay. Elevator works though. Let it be known that the elevator works even in hell, so it's always nice. 3rd floor. I'm gonna go back and see if we can find Maria. No, but there are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? Pretty obvious, pretty easy parallel to make. Maria is, for some strange and mysterious reason, falling ill as well, and oh god, it tends to be a bad sign. I am also apparently falling ill at this moment. Okay. So yeah, you'll see that this area of the game is essentially relentless. Now I'm wondering, now might be a good time to sort of return to questions about what simulates, or what's going on with this game in terms of simulating an empathy. Because I don't know, like when she slams the door on James, you feel a bit like, oh, like he kind of deserved it in a small way. Obviously, he doesn't deserve to be eaten by monsters. But at the same time, it's still kind of a jerk move. But as well, we're being taken, like, control is taken away from us at a really pivotal moment, and he yells like sort of like a petulant child, right? Like, you liar, like, no, I know that's not true, to like this little girl, and it makes James out to be this really pathetic character. And again, like, already we're not hugely far into the game, and already he's sort of made out to be really kind of, well, kind of a bit of a jerk, in some sense. And what really interests me is that players, like everyone who plays this, will walk away with a different James Sunderland in their mind, right? Everyone has a different James, and I find that really interesting. That, and I think that's what Silent Hill and what games in general, well, that's what Silent Hill 2 does so well, and what games in general should aspire to do more often, is leave space for the player's interpretation, because for such a long time, games generally, like, really love to tie everything up in a neat little bow. But so often it just doesn't happen. Like, or it shouldn't happen like that. I know we love closure, and some sense of closure is really important. But I think there should, like, ambiguity is also good. Like, vagueness can also be a tool in storytelling, and it's a shame that more games don't use that. And I know that's really hard, because a lot of games will the dialogue is instructive, right? The dialogue is saying, go here, pick up this item, come back. Like, you can't always have the person be like, over yonder, somewhere, beneath the place where I don't know, where I once drank the best cup of wine. Like, you can't, like, can you give, like, that's the question, can you give information like that with subtext? Like, that's the question. Is information like that, should that information have a subtext behind it? Can it have that kind of extra layer? And if you are going to give it that extra layer, like Silent Hill does, then you really have to work carefully, to, avoid this problem that the player has no idea what they're doing and they get stuck. And what are we simulating here? Like, back to the question I first asked before I got myself lost on a tangent. Is this, a simulation of Hell World, of what it would be like to enter like James's mind? Like, is that what this is? Is that what their goal is? Because a lot of, when we think of simulation, at least in a gaming context, we're often thinking of like Flight Simulator, like, because it's in the name, right? Like, that's generally the first thought, and not that that's a bad thing. But I think people, I guess to a certain sense, underestimate. Yeah, underestimate, I guess, is the right word. What can actually be simulated in a game, and that, in fact, simulations are going on all the time when we play these games, right? Like, it is a constant thing that we're grappling with, because simulation, in some sense, makes us better at something. Like, am I better at fighting monsters after I've played Silent Hill 2? Or am I better at dealing with negative emotion after I've played Silent Hill 2? Crap, where do I go next? I always get lost. Like that, or is this a getting lost simulator? Is this how to read a map simulator? But it's so worth thinking about, because as there was a discussion about simulation in relation to the way that we learn things from simulations, and a lot of it's very like a lot of the knee-jerk reactionary stuff about video games, right, is all about how horrible. I need to go back to the third floor, right? Now that I got the key. It's all about, how horrible video games are, that they're teaching you to shoot people or, whatever. And that's obviously not all. That's not the intent of a video game. We all know that, or it shouldn't be the intent. Maybe something like America's Army or whatever, like the actual military simulator trainer is intended to get you to sign up for like actual military service. But like that's like a radical exception. Like for the most part, like there's no like developer who's out there like, yes, I would love for everyone to become like better at shooting, like with Doom or something, Bethesda or whoever, ID Software. They weren't like, oh yeah, this is exactly what we're after. That wasn't their goal, but nonetheless, that's still what it simulates, and it's a really hard question. Like it's something I've only sort of recently become really interested in. Today I'm going to make a game that makes children serial killers. Like exactly, like no one thinks like that, but that's what like all the reactionary like stuff. That's like all of the like the overconcerned parents and the politicians who like to lay like just any and all bad things at the feet of video games and be like, it was video games that taught them how to act this way. But it's not like that's not the point and the purpose of video games. Like Silent Hill 2 isn't like an encouragement to be like, oh, you should, like it's fine to go around like killing with a gun. The exact idea of Harvester's story, yeah, like Harvester is a great is a good example actually of a game that, like on the surface, if you take a surface level reading, they're like, oh, well maybe maybe this is what it could be doing from a reactionary perspective, but it's not. That's not what it's simulating necessarily. So the question is, what is it simulating?
James.
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I just...
Then stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me.
As a side note, the lighting in this scene is so
what
good.
What about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but she ran away.
We've got to find her.
All right, so the quest for Laura continues.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
So she's all alone in a strange town, much like Maria herself is. So there's a linkage there. As we discover later, there may be further links. Copper ring. Okay. I'm just trying to think. Okay. So we need. There was the fridge before, right? Where was the fridge? Oops. Now I open the inventory when I open the map. I think I've rigged these controls up poorly for myself. Was that the third floor? And that sound I think is meant to be a child crying, but it sounds more like a mouse being strangled, which is disturbing in another way if you think about the parallel. whatever. I'm off topic again. I think I'm doing okay. I was expecting to be in a much worse situation than I currently am. I still have 10 health drinks and a first aid kit, and I'm a little wounded, but I also still have a lot of ammo. So you can see how generous Silent Hill 2 is. And a lot of people find that kind of ruins the experience for them. And to a certain degree, sure. To a certain degree, sure. It isn't... it isn't a survival horror experience as we may have previously experienced it, you know? But it does something different. And we respect different. Up in the elevator, and Maria will teleport to us, unlike Eileen in Silent Hill 4, who will not teleport to us. Okay, where do we need to go? That was the first floor then, wasn't it? Here's the weirdest bit of the entire game, possibly.
Hi there, everybody. Thanks for tuning in.
Yeah, no problem, yeah. Thank you all for tuning in.
Edition of Trick or Treat. Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. And our lucky, or should I say unlucky challenger today is James. James Sunderland! Are you ready to play Trick or Treat? Okay, here's your first question. Merry-go-round, haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2.
3.
Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe.
The cheering of the crowd.
Smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan.
Yeah.
2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Pale Vale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue. Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
Great question, yeah. That has the same vibes as Eddie getting given pizza, right, by Silent Hill. It's just something that seems really dissonant and at odds with the vibe of the whole place that we've been in before. But that's what I really like. Silent Hill is about weirdness. Silent Hill is, to some degree, exactly focused on weirdness. This town is full of prizes, yeah. How can you sit there and play quiz games? But you know, like, it's those moments of levity that I was talking about before. It's cool, right? Like, I like it a lot. Okay, so did he say this? Say the storage room was on the third floor, was it? To be honest, I don't know why exactly I hopped in the elevator again. I don't think I needed to do that yet. So we're gonna go back here. Reload. Okay. I am wasting some health here by doing this. I'm hoping I'll still be okay. Oh, that was just dumb. Alright. Okay. Cleared out this hallway. I'm wondering if I should start checking some rooms along here. So the storeroom here is where I need to go. So I'm gonna go 313. I think that's right. Here's the box. Here's some other stuff that we're gonna need, because Lord knows I'm wasting enough stuff here. So 3, 1, 3. Hooray! There's the classic Silent Hill pickup sound. Okay. Now where do I need to go? So I need... Where was the fridge? I'm actually... I feel like I'm going crazy. Where was the fridge? On the second floor. Why did I not check the second floor then? Whatever. I'm home free. Excuse me. So on easy and normal, I don't think those enemies would be respawning. At least not at the rate that they are. Because you can see that it's remembering that I've killed some enemies, but others it's not. So I'm not really sure what to make of that, to be perfectly honest. Hopefully Maria can help me open this fridge. Something about something that looks like a refrigerator.
You can't open it?
Yeah.
Too
Maria,
weak.
Give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help?
So yeah, difficulty's kind of... It's not like a lot of things. It changes the enemy health and damage, obviously.
Not very cute, is it?
But
Here, James.
and it changes the enemy spawn rate. But beyond that, it'll just change things like... I explained this right at the very start, I think, that there are enemies, like the bosses. If you don't have any ammo, there's a timer that gets set on them. So if you avoid them for long enough, then they just automatically die. But that timer becomes longer on hard difficulty, so you still have to do the tough job of actually surviving the boss rather than almost getting a semi-automatic win, because the bosses in this game are, as you've seen, pretty easy to dodge most of the time. Pyramid Head probably is the that first Pyramid Head fight and the final boss are going to be the hardest ones to dodge. But you can sort of see, you know. Otherwise, no, it doesn't change that much. It just makes me generally more aware of the resources that I am using. But still, I still seem to be doing okay, and I am playing pretty conservatively, I guess, but not super conservatively, right? This is a creepy door. The hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Just hold there. Put that ring on. Quickly put this ring on. Mash X. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, so I think that's the end of the hospital section almost. There's a note on the ground inside some kind of hard to read writing. Took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. Okay. Wait, is it? Maybe I'm just an idiot. Go down a bit further anyway. The key must be down here somewhere. So where am I exactly? Just here. So I'm in the employee staircase, I think. Locked. Slightly unnaturally long staircase down here. I'm gonna break my rule here for just a second and save the game. So I want my handgun and I want to save the game. Not at a save point because this is the bit I've heard about that's quite nasty. So I'll break that rule and we'll try and we'll see how this goes. Okay, so in this section, basically, spoilers, Pyramid Head is going to come after us and he's going to be like as fast as humanly possible. We're going to unload everything we got into him and just keep running. Just run. Because we need to slow him down, right? You can see how fast he is. That's the other thing that the difficulty changes. This one section, basically, it makes him really, really fast. So I'm hoping that was enough. Run, Maria, run. Did I make it? Or did... No, she died. Okay, that's a good thing I saved there then. So you see what you have to do. On normal, you don't even have to shoot him at all. You can just run normally. There's no way he can catch either you or Maria or do enough damage to Maria. If Maria was smart enough to run along on her own in front while I was holding him off, that would be nice, wouldn't it? No, I don't want a map. Don't want a map. Reload. Run. If only Maria wore sneakers. You're not the best running shoes. Now, this is a moment that critic Bernard Perron talks about specifically, because he's a scholar with a background in film and media, and he looks at that scene and how the camera angles work and how the music works, and it's one of the best examples of Yamaoka's music affecting mood. And I opened this analysis of the game basically with a discussion around how music affects mood and how we as the player should be connected to the character with the links given by mood and music, right? And that is one of the strongest moments in the game because the music is linked almost directly to how the player, especially on the first playthrough, should be feeling. Because you saw that, like I did my best to protect Maria. I hung behind and put myself in harm's way just to stop her being killed by Pyramid Head, and it was all for nothing. So she's been killed horribly by a monster who seems just out to pursue James and torment him for reasons we can't yet fathom. But there's one thing that's quite strange, and it's that she was sick, and then James gets to watch Maria, who looks exactly like his dead wife, die. Hey, this is my current desktop wallpaper, because I'm a nerd. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. It would help if I could read. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map, there's a letter and a wrench. So I'm making much better progress than I thought I would be, to be perfectly honest. I thought I would almost end this 5-hour session still in the hospital. I don't know what I was thinking. I guess I was just really worried about difficulty and really worried about it slowing me down, as it kind of did in Silent Hill 3. I found it really hard. Oh, there's Laura just gliding past. Like, okay then. I've just gone through some serious tragedy. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. And here we are. Books about medicine, the town, and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. So the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack stands out as one of the best, the best in the business. Even today, I think it was where, like, the Silent Hill 2 in general is where the game is where Silent Hill as a series like crystallizes itself. Like in the first game, the setup was there, but then in this one they really nailed down what Silent Hill should be and what the mood should be. And instead of, like, Silent Hill 1 soundtrack, if you've ever listened to it, is mostly really cacophonous. Like, there's only a few soundtracks. There's only a few tracks like this one that are sort of more laid back and ambient. But I think they leaned into the mood really well. Really, really, really important, this music. The game just would not be the same without it. Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Here again is James's thoughts, so he doesn't need to speak them. Laura has run off somewhere. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking... I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I have left to hope for. Okay. So now the streets are pitch black and there's no fog. The fog was almost comforting, right? The fog might still obscure enemies, but it's a natural element. Like, things aren't naturally this dark. But now we can really safely avoid a lot of enemies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend just a little bit of time scrounging around the areas, avoiding enemies, but trying to pick up any extra items that I can. Because I'm still a little paranoid, I got to admit, just about the way difficulty will be taken in this game, and whether, maybe there's a roadblock coming up that I haven't actually foreseen being a big problem. I'm hoping not, but I know that this is a part of the game, which is another free roam section that uses darkness instead of fog, and has also scattered new resources around the town streets. And as we discovered at the very beginning, it's really, really easy to avoid enemies if you have a whole road to... just cross the road, don't make eye contact, just be like, oh, sorry, not interested. That's all you can really do, right? Thanks to those of you as well who are in this for the long haul with me. It's nice to have company on this, what is otherwise a very lonely game, and quite grim. I do love it though. It says something about your personality if this is the kind of game you find relaxing or in some way comforting. You know, there's all these horrible things going on. You can see, look how much ammo is like strewn around, you know. Rifle. Keep me safe from the monsters. Thank you. I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. Yeah, just in case my skills, yeah, it might fail me. It might fail me. So I really do appreciate the support. And just knowing that people are watching as well keeps me going. I hope what I'm saying is interesting too. More ammo. Well, fine then. If you don't want me to take that ammo, I'll skirt around. Got your ammo, huh? And I like how what's really effective is the music in this bit, because it's not. I think a lot of horror game developers would feel the need to go all out, you know, with the soundtrack in this bit. Like the streets are like overrun with monsters and everything is dark and horrible. But there's only like this droning, like ambient noise, like something's slowly being like scraped around the edge of like one of those Mongolian. Is it Mongolian? Or Tibetan singing bowls, or whatever they're called. Like it's very reminiscent of that for me for some reason. That's what speaks to me with this sound. It's like a twisted version of meditation, which in itself has become a kind of meditation for me. Spending many hours hunched over my horror games, trying to glean secrets from their dark insides. I'm liking this haul, I gotta say, I'm liking this. 66 shotgun shells, 8 rifle shells, and look at all of this health again. And it's just that the monsters are so easy to avoid. It's really comforting. One thing, there's a prototype version of the game released. I can't remember when or where or even how, but somehow it was found, and it had Pyramid Head walking around the streets in this moment, and I think it was really clever not to have him walking around anymore, simply because I think that would have demystified him and made him less threatening if he'd just been wandering around the streets where he can be really easily avoided. Maybe not if he was like lightning speed, but then I think he'd just be annoying rather than scary. Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I'm not sure how he managed to pick up so much speed in the hospital basement. He'd been training for that, I guess, while I was, he was doing push-ups on the doing crunches on the hospital roof after he pushed me off. He's like, all right, I'm ready. I'm going to chase him down. I'm going to do it. But he's very slow everywhere else. So just in this difficulty, in that area, he just becomes really fast. And there's a thing, I don't know if I've explained this before, but there's a lot of survival horror games do this, especially, the classic ones. We'll do 10-star rankings. Let's just try and run past these monsters. They're creepy. Oh. So they're like swinging on the underside of the floor. And so it makes you wonder what the heck is actually at the bottom of these pits. That these monsters are just hanging there. And I don't think that they're ever worth killing. Like, they're not worth confronting at all. So we'll hop back in our little motorhome here and save the game again. But yeah, like the 10-star ranking in this game is basically like a number of like really absurd stipulations. That being said, I'd love to try it one day. But it's like you have to finish the game in under 3 hours. So obviously I've already failed that for this analysis. I spent far too long talking, and you also have to kill 150 enemies, and the area to do this is actually in this section of the game, where enemies respawn on any difficulty, though you do have to play it on hard, but enemies respawn a lot, and there's obviously a lot of them, so you can sort of spend time grinding. But the big problem is that you have to kill 75 enemies by shooting and 75 enemies by fighting. And you notice that when I down a monster, I go over to them and press A, and like stomp them. And as I'm stomping them, that will count as a fighting kill. So to get shooting kills, I'd basically have to waste bullets and like unload them into these enemies that don't really need to be killed like that. But I guess fortunately, there's so many bullets around here that you should be fine. But the other problem with the 10-star run, I think, it's less than 500 points of damage, and 100 points is a full life bar. So you have to play through the whole game taking less than 500 points of damage. And as you've seen, the nurses, I think it takes like 2 hits, and you're already like critically low. And the worst part, the part that would probably keep me from achieving it anytime soon, though again I'd love to. Maybe I should do that. Try and get some 10-star runs going. If people would be interested in watching that. The thing that would stop me is the 2. You can only save twice, and the 2 recommended places to save. I mean, I've done my research for this. The 2 recommended places to save are in the basement before Pyramid Head, and just before a set of double boss fights that are coming up later on that are pretty hard. So the 2 saves thing, for some reason, that really sticks out to me as being really restrictive, because I couldn't imagine like playing perfectly through the apartments and then getting killed by Pyramid Head because you make like a stupid like nudge of the stick towards him and he kills you or something. And I don't know what crazy person from Team Silent like decided, oh yeah, let's code in these insane stipulations to get the 10 stars. But then again, like I was thinking, like so many games don't have that kind of thing anymore. Where am I going? I don't even know. So many games like don't have that kind of ranking system anymore. If they do, they're very easy. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing, because goodness knows, with some games, I really do appreciate the break. But sometimes I do wish that like more games were like, yeah, like for the diehard like people who wanna have bragging rights, we can go for like, you can spend hours grinding for a 10-star ranking. Oh, that was real effective. Good job. I really respect you for doing that. I should have. We need to go to Neely's bar. There's some cool stuff there. Need to go back to the bar. But let's find the wrench. So we need that. Wrench. Stop following me. I've got bigger problems. Or perhaps you are a fool. So this is a continuation of whoever wrote me that map. The truth usually betrays people. And part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to the society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. Now I actually, speaking of before, I ran a horror tabletop last year for some of my friends, and I took that particular technique where all of a sudden, did I miss the turnoff? Oh no, I didn't. Where all of a sudden the letter, something pre-written, was addressing them, and I was really quite pleased with it, because I'd constructed, like, I went through too much effort to do this. I'm just saying, I went through way too much time. I basically wrote up like a fake, like, I guess you'd call it like a newspaper of sorts, but for like a small town. Here's me using and abusing the small town horror genre trope again, which I've discussed. But I'd written a newspaper, and then the final article that they picked up had their characters' names as like fatalities from this like horrible night of dismay. So it was like this article written from a future perspective, and they were already dead in whatever world this was written from. And I remember sitting there, probably far too pleased with myself, watching their faces like drop as they as they saw what I had written in print ahead of time, ready for them. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. So, that's creepy, and that's what I wanted to show you, because I missed this on my first playthrough. I decided just to skip past going into any old areas and let's just go straight for it. That's a really cool, subtle change, and in fact, reading that has nudged my my cosmic alignment towards a particular ending, and it might not be an ending that we want to see, but I think it's interesting enough to warrant looking at, because playing this game from a completionist perspective, and I am a completionist, just in case you hadn't picked up on my my insistence. Actually, where's the best way to go? Can we go? We can go down Munson Street now, I think, right? Yeah, I am a completionist, and playing it as a completionist is actually harmful. Maybe perhaps for your own internal sanity, in terms if we're talking the 10-star run, which I'm sure, I really hope, like, all of you are just like, yes, we must. After this, I really need to go and do a 10-star run of this game, just like that. Click my fingers. It's all done. It's all good. But please, this is right, isn't it? Yep. The door that wakes in darkness, opening in nightmares. Also, I should have pointed that out before. It's a shame I didn't, because it's a hint for later in the game if you do read it. A door in darkness, opening in nightmares. This is the nightmare world, and lo and behold, look at that. It's open. It's cool. It's just cool. What's my resources like? So you see, look at that. I'm loaded. But still, I'm gonna play it safe. There's no point killing these enemies in particular. And there's just no point confronting any enemies, even in tight spaces that you can just run past, because ammo, when it comes to bosses, as you can see, if you don't have enough ammo for the bosses, surviving them for like 10 minutes is really, it's going to be not just boring for you to watch and boring for me to play, but also potentially quite difficult. So I'd rather just shoot them and be done with it, Yeah, I'll see if I can run in here and save it again. So, yeah, like, the removal of the fog makes the town seem less human, less real, and that makes it, in my opinion, even creepier. Like, the fog, I think, as I said it before, right? Like, the fog is a reminder that, the weather is still functioning as it should be, at least. Even though there's all these funky monsters running around, I know that things are still operating on some level as normal. But very clearly, this level of darkness is not normal. There are no street lights. There's no moonlight. There's no stars as far as we can see in the sky. There's just nothing. Like, it's the absence of light. And I think they use it really perfectly. That just this, like, the pacing of the game, I'll admit, can be a little rough. I think like the apartments is where people struggle, right? Like, they're like, oh no, I can't play through this. It's really boring. It's really claustrophobic. I'm not enjoying myself. And I think the apartments is sadly a really fair place, like, to stop the game. Like, I can see why people make that judgment, but it is a shame because, as you can see, like, the game opens up a bit. In some sense, narratively, it's become a lot more interesting. You're invested in James a lot more from this point on, I hope. You can see that there's a deep inner conflict, and there's symbolic things that aren't being resolved for players. There was a particular definition I read. I wasn't sure if it was a very simple definition. I wasn't sure it would apply to all of them, but to everybody. But they basically broke it down into active and reactive players or readers, if we're talking just texts in general. So if you're a reactive player, you're not really thinking about what comes next. You're just sort of going along with the flow of the story, sort of enjoying what's there in front of you at the moment. But if you're an active player, you're like interfacing with clues that the game has given you, and you're wondering, like, what the hell am I, like, what is James is James doing? And for this game, obviously, and not every game should require you to be like, yes, let's dig. Will require you to be an active participant, right? Like some games are very just reactive. Mainly in the case of like arcade games, there's not much to be like necessarily active about. You can sort of maybe predict what's going to happen next in terms of the gameplay. Yep, I need my my trusty wrench. So like the definition isn't perfect, right? Like you can sort of see like where it could use some expanding, but I thought it was an interesting idea that there are two basic kinds of players: the active and the reactive, and how valuable is an active player. Dirty fingernails ending unlocked. Yes, got points towards the dirty fingernails ending. My cosmic alignment has shifted. James Sunderland will remember this. I am so glad that there is no like, oh God, it bugs me so much. Like meters in games, like you can like just troll into a menu and be like, oh, I've got 50 good points and 60 bad points. I'm more of a bad person, and you can tell that definitively. But I don't find that satisfying, even when it is my own constructed character, like my own avatar that I've created. I just don't find that satisfying. So I'm so glad there's not like a dirty fingernails check or a you stuck your hand in the toilet check. Hello, welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. We're just making our way through the other world, and just going for a jog at this point. I think I've got enough resources that I should be fine. I'll just see if there's anything. There might be some more stuff here. I say I have enough resources, but then like I run crazily into all of these different places just to see, because James Sunderland is very greedy, or I am very greedy. There's my completionist. I just can't help it. It's like a compulsion, Like, what if there's more ammo? I could be playing with more ammo. I think I'm wondering if it's the hard difficulty. I'm wondering if that's what's bringing it out in me. Because normally I more want to do that kind of thing, or to not do that kind of thing. I mean, to scrounge. But I think hard has turned me into a scrounger. Having a fingernail cleanliness meter would definitely be a great way to kill all the immersion. Yes, 100%. If you're if you're like, oh yeah, well there goes my finger cleanliness stat. I should have found a spade, shouldn't I? Well, that's too late now. But it's the fact that you can't see the direct impact of your actions, or I guess the minute impact of your actions, just like in real life, right? Like it simulates it in a certain way. Simulates that aspect. And here's me talking about simulation again, right? Like, still, like, we come back to the question: what is Silent Hill 2 simulating? Like, do we empathize with James Sunderland? Like, that's the first and biggest question. Like, with the information that the game is giving us, can our mind, the great simulator, can we empathize with James? Like, that's the big question. Is he worth empathizing with? Because almost at every opportunity, right, where there's distance created from him, but then you've got those moments like where Maria is stabbed in the elevator and that music plays, Magdalene plays, and you feel this crushing sadness. Like Perron says in his analysis that the sadness is inescapable, I think is what he writes. And that really stuck with me because we're connected to James in that moment. Like, James is clearly feeling that. Like, he just slumps against the elevator and is just crushed. But then, like, the camera as well maintains this distance from him. You're never intimate with James in that way. Like, you're never sort of given his perspective, other than that. I think there might be more, but the time when you see Pyramid Head through the wardrobe, and again that provides us with that link, right? That visual link that what James does and what Pyramid Head is doing is really important. I'm drinking a beer. Just drink a beer anytime anytime I die. For me, yeah, make it a drinking game. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. So there's a weird painting of Pyramid Head inside the Historical Society. Sort of bizarre. He's sort of like, oh well, is he a real figure? Is he a historical figure in the town? This is making you wonder. This is a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? Photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. Looks like he was a famous person. This is meant to be someone. I'm really sorry. This is meant to be a reference to someone, but I can't remember who it is. It's an actual reference to an artist or a horror creator, but I can't remember who it is. I had that information in my head one day. Now I know what I'm going to do. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. The hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration. Originally more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. Being so distant from characters during distressing moments makes it feel way worse, even though they obviously aren't real and aren't really actually suffering as a real person would. Right? Like, you're feeling the same emotions, right? Like you're on the same wavelengths as James. Like it's a fantastic point. That's exactly right. Like it's our natural instinct to sort of help people who are in distress, right? But there's this distance that means he can't help you, and you can't help him. All you can do is sort of you're on the same wavelength, but the wavelengths never touch. If that makes sense. Like there's no opportunity to comfort each other. Pedro Pascal. Oh, of course, yeah, that's who it is. Yeah. But there's because it's really funny because some people walk away from Silent Hill 2 feeling really, really close to James, and that's really funny because that's not what I got out of the experience at all. I found it much different. I wasn't. I could certainly like relate to James in terms of the negative emotions that the game brought forwards, like the sadness, the music again, like that's doing all that heavy lifting. The music, the visuals do all that heavy lifting, but you never understand him, right? Like you never get to grips with who James actually is. Not really. You learn more about him by the end, certainly, but you don't truly understand him, and that's what makes him an enduring character, and that's what makes Silent Hill 2 an enduring game. That's why people can still have discussions about it, and why I can still say, let's do a 5-hour stream of Silent Hill 2. Let's do a whole playthrough dedicated to me waffling on about simulation and all these other kinds of things, and why it's still so interesting, right? And why like literal academic papers are still being written about it. It's a fascinating game, and it does so much right. And the things that it does wrong are very, for me, like so minimal that they don't even exist. For some people, the combat is a deal breaker, but it really does. It's just one of those things you have to get used to, right? September 11th, 1820, prisoner number C221. So can't read the rest. What is this? So the purpose of that note is to get us to think that, we are now trapped within a very old place. So we're now inside a prison. So they're somehow far beneath the earth. And this is again Silent Hill playing with space in a really weird way, which is what it loves to do. So we'll just quickly push past those guys. All right, and you might recognize this. There was a nice little photo on the wall of this particular hole, so it makes you wonder. Like again, it's blurring the lines between what's real and what's not. And I know it's really trite, but Silent Hill 2 does that so often and so well. Well, the Silent Hill series in general does a really good job of blurring those lines. The Silent Hill 4's semi-climactic twist about where the room actually is, and what does it mean when Henry wakes up every time. Again, playing with these ideas, encouraging us to ask questions about who we are, what we're experiencing, why we're experiencing it from the perspective that we're experiencing, and what exactly is going on. And again, you'll note that, like, we don't walk James into that hole. We go up to it. We press X. We press A. I keep saying X. I'm too much of a PlayStation 2 person. We press X, and we tell him to jump down, and then he jumps down. Like the control is taken out of my hands there. Now here's a really dumb anecdote. When I jumped down here originally, part of me thought I was just the first time I played through this, I jumped down here and I was like, I'm so tired, I'm gonna go to bed. So I turned this off. But then as I was going to sleep, I was wondering, is this the end? Is this just how it ends? Because it's trapped, there's no way out, it's just a wall. It'd be impossible to climb. He's jumped down this hole and he's doomed himself to death. And I lay awake for like too long thinking about that. Like, what are the thematic implications of the fact that he's just jumped down a wall and trapped himself who knows where? Of course, there is a way out, which is almost disappointing, right? Like, I think it would be such a daring ending to have this well be where a James Sunderland story could end. Huh? This is different. This spot feels different. And we just smack it a couple of times, and lo and behold, there's a giant door that somehow just 2 smacks did the job. And we fell a little bit, and now we're in here. Okay, I'm gonna grab my it's time to do some shooting, I think. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry for all of those who just cringed at the terrible shooting. Won't be getting a 10-star rank anytime soon with that kind of behavior. Will I? Alright. So it's always as well really worth thinking about the setting of each of these areas and why we're presented the way we do. Hey, thank you, Kurt F91 for the follow. It means a lot that you've joined the journey, however maddening and frustrating it may be. I hope you're enjoying my analysis. Okay, so we sort of the light's gone out. Oh, what is this thing out of batteries? It won't light up. Well, it's a good thing we have a battery, right? Oh, the room's full of bugs. So we just have to try some different options. What haven't I tried? 925? Yes. That's a cool room, right? That's just a cool room. It uses an item that we picked up what was actually a long time ago, right? And uses it to, like, you're sort of like, oh, so that's the use of the battery, isn't it? That's funny. Yeah, so this is the only way to go. It's just clever. I just like it. There's not much more to say about it. The door is locked. Can I use spiral writing key on it after I have a drink? Because those bugs do way more damage on hard than I remember them doing on normal. So again, right. Here's where we think, there's something a bit off about this, right? There's another hole we have to jump down. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down? Well, we've kind of already screwed ourselves by going down that first hole. But you also have to think, what exactly is James doing jumping down all these holes? And it symbolizes a couple of things for us, right? First of all, it symbolizes just how bloody weird it is down here. Yes, I want to jump down the hole. It symbolizes how weird it is, right? But not just that. It's symbolizing there's something to be said about a character that willingly jumps down a giant hole into a black abyss. I'll just let this play, I think, because this is an important cutscene too.
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
Yeah, I'm going out there alone. So we can tell, if we couldn't tell before from the first conversation we had with him, where he was vehemently denying the fact that he had anything to do with a dead body that he was found in the room with, he's carrying a gun, and there's a corpse riddled with bullet holes, and he's like, no, I didn't shoot him, even after he's just said, right, killing a person ain't no big deal, just put a gun to their head and pow. And it's really quite funny. But funny is the wrong word, isn't it? But it's quite interesting that I think Eddie's plight, as someone, we can probably assume that from what he's told us, that he's a victim of some form of bullying or abuse, and really that's what the plots of the first 4 Silent Hill games, but I'd say almost all of the Silent Hill games, boil down to. It's a story about how human beings relate to abuse. And it can be abuse of any kind. It can be verbal abuse, it can be physical abuse, emotional, self-inflicted from another person, external, internal. Silent Hill grapples with all of that kind of thing. Why am I such a bad shot? That's what I really want to know. That's the real mystery here. What's this? A wax doll. Books are scattered all over the floor. Iron sacrifice and the other demon summoning. Time of the seer. Feast of the succubi. Fine Angel's mercy. Guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. Nah, it's fine. Just leave it. But I think when you identify that common thread of abuse, you really can start to pick out themes specifically for each game, right? And Silent Hill 1 and 3, as connected stories, are almost... God, they had a lot of health. Almost like... it's a continuation of the story, right? But it's abusers reckoning with... It's the abused reckoning with the consequences of their abusers. So, like, Claudia is a character who was abused and didn't recover from it, and it's really sadly, like, she acknowledges that she's a horrible person, and she's going to suffer for everything that she's done. Here's an interesting tidbit. I don't know if you can hear that, but there's a giant invisible person wandering around in here, and they say ritual every now and then. Yeah. So, and they can be killed. I think I can shoot them, but there's no point wasting my ammunition. We can go in here. Tablet of the Oppressor. So we need that. Oh no, it's stuck. And this creates a sense of panic. We can't get out, what do we do? And then all of a sudden the door works again. No explanation. No sense of rhyme or reason. It's just, it happens. Don't have a map, right? James needs a map of this area. He doesn't draw it himself. Ow. I'm just realizing now. I probably should. There's a map. I probably should not be using so much ammunition on these guys because it's kind of wasteful. The prison for a lot of people is the scariest area in the game. It's certainly like a prison has natural connotations of being pretty nasty. Yep, not interested, thank you. First aid kit. So we need that lighter on the other side. How do we get there? We need to go through here or here, I think. Yep, through this one. This area also has the stupidest puzzle in the game. Even I, a die-hard Silent Hill fan who would collect anything and everything related to Silent Hill if I could, do not like this puzzle because it was one of the few puzzles where I actually had to, in my first playthrough, actually on normal difficulty, actually had to. Oops, sorry to disturb you. I didn't mean to. Okay, no. My bad. Where I actually had to look it up, and it's a pet peeve of mine if I have to look up a puzzle solution online in a regular playthrough. Then I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but immersion is pretty broken when you do that. It feels quite damaging. And you lose, especially for a horror game. And that's why puzzles in horror, like I love puzzles in survival horror games. I think they're almost like a really key component because for me there are three pillars for a good survival horror game anyway. At least in the classical sense. So this is me really narrowing down my definition here. So a classic survival horror game has three core pillars. It has the action. So you actually need to be fighting. You actually Toluca Lake, blah, blah, blah. Typical ghost story. Sorry, I'll come back to this. I don't want to lose my train of thought. So we have action, right? That's really important because survival horror is about the active act of survival. You need to be doing something active. So you got the rifle, so that's good. So that's the last gun in the game. And then you have emotion, right? Emotion is the other really core one, and that's what Silent Hill games in particular do really well. So good horror games play on emotions. And these are generally going to be negative emotions. Haven't checked it yet. But they don't always have to be, as I've explained. It's best if they're not always negative emotions, but it's good to affect the player in a meaningful way. Like player effectiveness, influencing the player's emotions is something that, I mean, is the goal of horror from the start, right? I saw this really curious argument online that horror games or horror in general shouldn't always be disturbing. And I don't know about that. 436 before recital. Oh, we don't get to take that, do we? Oh, there's a couple of paintings. Woman in flight. So these are symbolic of a couple of characters. We can guess this one is about Eddie being shamed in some way. Thematic link. Burning Man. A link to James, and Woman in Flight, a link to Angela, who has ideas of suicide. But like, the idea that horror shouldn't be disturbing, I find interesting. Hello, Red Pyramid. Nice name. I'm just struggling my way through the prison. Okay. And the last, so we have emotion, right? And a horror should, in some sense, be disturbing because, in my opinion, that's what horror should be about, like pushing the person outside of their comfort zone. Like, what is the point of horror if it doesn't frighten? Is my question, or if it doesn't unsettle you in some way. Because surely, if a horror title hasn't done that in some way, it hasn't succeeded, right? Like, we have something. Thank you so much for the follow as well, by the way, Red Pyramid. That means a lot. I'm really grateful to have you along for the journey. What was I doing? Can't remember if I can put them down yet or not. We have one tablet. We can put this down. So the tablet of the oppressor, that is related to James. But there are some other tablets we need to find. And what's really spooky about this room is you have no idea what is making these noises. Don't know if you can hear that. Sounds like horses. It's meant to be an execution square, right? So we got this idea about horror being disturbing, and whether it should be disturbing or not. And I can see why you wouldn't want to watch disturbing works, especially if they're not in the right mindset. It's a tough thing to confront in general. Like some of the themes of horror are really heavy and really confronting. And I don't blame people for not enjoying them, but I think to say that horror shouldn't be disturbing is really reductive. I don't know. I know I'm harping on about this particular argument, but I found it really strange that horror shouldn't be disturbing. That we should get some comfort. That it should be. It was almost like they were arguing that it should be predictable, because the comfort word as well. For me, that I find horror in some sense comfortable, and I know I was just arguing that it should be disturbing, but I find it comfortable and disturbing. It's the dissonant contradiction of the two that I think really helps me that helps me enjoy it. And a good horror work gets in touch with human emotion in a way that a lot of works simply don't. Why did I not pick this up before? Gluttonous Pig. So that's definitely related to Eddie, because we find Eddie in here. He's in the cafeteria. Again, food related. The town continually finds ways to shame him, right? But yeah, the final pillar of my 3 survival horror pillars is actually testing the intellect of the player, right? And you can do that in a variety of ways. So I've brought this back around in a very long-winded sense to puzzles. And puzzles can be fantastic because they force the player to engage with the game on a different level, a level that they weren't engaging with before. And on a level that they wouldn't otherwise have to grapple with. So you're making them uncomfortable in another sense, right? Where's this last tablet? I should probably cross back through here and check. I find the intellect part of survival horror, though, is one of the hardest bits to get right. As I was saying, if the puzzle in question is too hard, or if you're being forced to think about too much, the player is going to get frustrated and annoyed and leave. If it wasn't for the fact I hadn't already been hooked, I might have just set Silent Hill 2 down and been like, well, this puzzle just isn't worth my time. You know, if the game is going to be this obtuse, I'm kind of sick of it at this point. But we'll see. Where haven't I searched? All right, we got an hour left of this of my planned marathon session. So I hope you're all strapping in for another hour. I'm basically just trying to retain hold of my cognitive abilities at the moment. I know it's not even that long. A lot of you will be like, 5 hours. I did 5 hours in my sleep, of streaming. But for me, this is quite a big time investment, and I've had a huge week as well. So I'm actually really, really happy that I'm able to hold this both coherent and what I hope is interesting analysis. Where do I need to check? Is it in here? Because I thought I got everything from here, because this is locked, right? Yeah. Bloodstained clothes. So no, it's marvelous that, you know, I'm retaining my sanity and I haven't collapsed asleep at my desk. Because goodness knows, in about an hour or so, I will be very close. But for now, I can hold it together. No, don't shoot them. Thanks, James. Thanks so much. Okay, where is this last tablet? I haven't tried in here yet. That'll be where it is, isn't it? In this weird room. Okay. Ah. Come here. So I think there's something that was brought to my attention semi-recently, is that all of the monsters that you meet after the bed hanger bosses and who hang from the ceiling in the hospital, they have mouths, right? And then every subsequent enemy, every new enemy that appears, also has a mouth. So starting from the nurses in the hospital onwards, every enemy has a mouth. And I know there's not many more enemies after that, but I find that interesting that there's the symbolism about the mouth starting from the hospital onwards feels to me a very deliberate choice. And it was very cool to have that pointed out to me. Waiting for you. Still waiting for me. So that was all the tablets, so now we can run back and get the item. You'll never guess, like no one ever guesses the solution for this puzzle. I don't know, I honestly don't know who figured it out the first time without a guide. I guess that, but I mean, you'll see, it's weird. It's weird. Okay, so we'll slot in the ones relating to gluttonous pigs. So that's the town taunting Eddie yet again. It's really easy symbolism to pick out, right? That the town just constantly relates him to food, and again, this is related to Ruskin's idea of the pathetic fallacy, yeah. That people that this idea that originally was about poets putting their thoughts and minds, putting their emotions out there into the world. You know, this is exactly what's happening here. How much of a difference does the puzzle difficulty make? A lot. Though I will say, even on normal, I didn't figure this puzzle out. But if you remember that really, really long riddle, the coin puzzle riddle, from all the way back in the apartments, you'll remember that it was really complicated, and if you were to sit there and unpick it, it would take a very, very long time. But on normal, it's about the size of a regular, like I don't know, like 8 to 12 lines or something. Much less intimidating and much easier to figure out. Like much less weird symbolism. And on easy, it basically solves it for you. It's like a kids elementary puzzle or something, you know. So, but hard is hard. Like there's a puzzle coming up. I'm actually just realized I'm kind of nervous about because it has no definite solution, and it's a puzzle that's related to space, 3D space and rotation. And I've got to admit, at this point in my playthrough, my brain probably won't deal so well with that. But we're gonna see, right? We're gonna see. Maybe some people can help me. I don't know if I make it there. Because I'm making very good time through the game. Oh, go away. No, wait, I did want to go that way. Damn it. Up here. So yeah, the puzzles, like, if you look them up on the wiki, especially like the coin puzzle is the really big, is the one with the big difference. But if you look them up on the wiki, you'll see like a side by side analysis of just how gnarly the hard difficulty gets. And there's actually a secret riddle difficulty called extra if you've beaten it on hard, on easy, medium, and hard already. So if you're going for your 4th playthrough and you choose hard riddle difficulty again, it will generate even harder riddles for you, which I've never done. So those would be completely new to me, and I would probably still be in the apartments, or at least in the hospital, if I'd set that there. Because I like the idea that you can have 2 difficulties for combat and riddle, right? Like it lets you tailor the experience in a really in a genuinely accessible way. So I just combined the horseshoe, the wax doll, and the lighter to make a handle. Of course I did. That was so obvious. Everyone else was like, "Oh, well, we saw that coming from a million miles away." The old horseshoe wax lighter trick. It's a puzzle that's like in every game. Down we go. I think we're coming up on the puzzles soon. Brutal to have such a hard puzzle that early in the game. I think the argument can be made, right, that if you've selected hard riddle difficulty, you're in for it now, right? You should know what you're getting into, because hard difficulty really is hard. It's not. They're not joking, basically, when they say that. But yeah, like, to have a puzzle that difficult early in the game, I guess it might be. I could be being too generous here when I say this, but like, it's a way for players to be like, "Oh, I haven't lost too much progress. This is too hard for me. I'm going to switch to an easier riddle difficulty." Yeah. Did that just move, or was it my imagination? And these are these holes. Some sort of Silent Hill 4 grime going on there. Thinking along the lines of a difficulty curve, right? So, in what way you prefer to have? You prefer to have the difficulty, like, it is a jump, right? Like, between normal and hard. So you were thinking like a moderate hard. You mean? Sorry. All right. So what do I have to do now? Jump down another hole. Again, we got some symbolism. James's mind is... Oh, generic. Right. That makes sense. But I think almost, like, maybe I was being too generous, but I do really like that. So we open this door, another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Will you go down? Of course I will. Because James is a combination of suicidal at this stage, and there might even be some sexual connotations there. Face down in the dirt. Come on. Just another. He's gone a long way down. Who knows how long? How far down under the earth that he is right now. We have no idea. But personally, if I was playing it for the first time, and I got given that riddle, and I was like, nah, it's too hard, I'd be at least grateful to know that the process to get back there is not really that difficult, in comparison. I'm trying to think, because Silent Hill 3 is much, much worse. Like, the hard riddles are, like, hard. Like, even harder than that one. The face cleanliness meter, no. I needed that, yeah, I needed that. I probably got some more dirt under the fingernails, too. It's a bad look. I'm just getting filthy. It's horrible. Okay. Like, Silent Hill 3 has an infamous riddle about... why is my mind is failing me? About Shakespeare. And you need outside knowledge of Shakespeare to solve the riddle. And this is the first riddle in the game on hard difficulty. And it's probably the hardest one too. Other than like an optional one you can use to unlock a bonus costume or something. And like, I don't know, like that seems kind of unfair, right? Like that particular iteration seems kind of unfair. That seems a bit too hard. If you need outside knowledge to solve a riddle, as I was saying before, if you need to look it up, I'm going to be disappointed in your game. That's just me, though. Maybe people like to have a guide open while they're playing the game normally. I've just left myself a few sneaky hints for this playthrough because I don't want to get stuck anywhere horrible. Oh, here he is. It's Pyramid Head. He's wandering around, but he's in a closed space, so it's hard to avoid him. This is a really cool camera angle. We can sort of imagine again the voyeurism of the town. Like, so there's someone or something watching from the vent. I mean, that someone or something happens to be us, but it could be something else too. And we just got a big knife. A big knife. A great knife, even. This is a great knife. You see how slow he is when he holds it. Yeah, I think, right, when you lose that sense of I'm in a game, I'm solving, like, because solving puzzles in a game is really funny because your brain is trying to switch between several different tracks, right? Like, there's a really fine line because it's you, the player, solving the puzzle. It's not the character. But you can still be really immersed when you're solving a puzzle, right? And I think that's really funny. James draws his own map here, by the way. Which is really cool. So now I actually know where I'm going. I don't have to pick anything up. And he draws nice straight lines, too. But yeah, you lose something if you're having to look stuff up. You really do. Now the environment here is very interesting because think about we've started in the historical society. We went down that big freaky staircase, and now we're in what looks like a dilapidated suburban home. And you sort of start to wonder, why is James projecting the image of a suburban home? Why is that what he's seeing? What does that say about his home life, you know? Okay, this is the puzzle I was worried about. So I do apologize. It has no fixed solution. I'm going to save here. It's not dangerous, but it might take me a minute. So do bear with, and if I'm making really stupid movements, please let me know. I don't want to be stuck here for too long, right? If I am stuck, I'm going to look up a guide. So basically, we're in this room. There's a door, and we need to get an open door to the right side of the room, where there's actually an exit. Can we see the exit? Wait, sort of, right? So we need to get to this. We need to get it facing this staircase. And to do that, we need to move this thing. But it's randomized movements. So you can see, flipping it that way, basically the face is like an analog for the room. And now there's no access. Right, so what if so now there's no access, right? So we need to figure out a pattern or a solution. I'm almost hoping, you know, like, oh, it's gonna be nice, isn't it? So you can see, like, you're meant to be able to tell from the color of the eyes, right? What's what. God, my mind is going. Nope. Oh, thank the heavens! I don't know what I did, but I did it. Let's just say that was completely intentional. Here's my favorite. Here's everyone's favorite cutscene in the game. This is it. This is the pinnacle of Silent Hill 2's cinematography.
Maria, I thought that thing killed you.
As you watch, keep in mind why we're not controlling James. Keep that in mind. And keep in mind perspective.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before. Don't you remember?
Here it is. It's beautiful.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway?
Hello, welcome to the chat. It's good to have you here.
Are you confusing me with someone else?
We're just watching the best cutscene in the game.
You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything.
Yeah.
But you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
No, this is...
It doesn't matter who I am.
This is Silent Hill 2
I'm
on
here for you, James.
PC.
See?
It's the enhanced edition,
I'm
yes.
real.
I'd like to be playing it on the PS2, but I don't have
touch
I don't have a video card that can record PlayStation 2 footage yet. So this was the next best thing.
I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Right. So if we contextualize this, we've just jumped down who knows how many giant holes, and we find ourselves inside this prison where Maria is trapped, and she doesn't seem to have any recollection of the fact that she was brutally murdered by a Pyramid Head about an hour ago. So this is telling us a couple of things about James, but what's really interesting is the way that the camera is working in this bit. When she says, "I'm not your Mary," the frame of the camera zooms in just a little bit and darkens. And I mean, God, I love this game. I can relate wholeheartedly to that. I've been talking nonstop for the last 4 hours and 20 minutes about how much I love this game. So you got a good home here. Perhaps you can answer a question that I've been posing. Indeed. Perhaps you've. I'm wondering about what this game simulates, and specifically why it simulates what it does. Because we've had a discussion about how video games in general will. Well, I'm glad again you're in the right place. It's wonderful to have you here. So we're having a discussion about simulation, basically, which is a question that's, I guess, recently fascinated me. And sorry, just trying to gather my thoughts. And how video games have not just the potential for representation as film and TV shows do, but for simulation. Like they're informing us to a certain degree how to do something. And this discussion about simulation often gets caught up in really reactive language, right? Like, if you play that shooter game, you'll become a bad person because it will have taught you how to shoot a gun. And that's obviously not the intention of any game designer, other than like America's Army or whatever, as we discussed earlier. But yeah, what is Silent Hill 2 simulating exactly? Is it just a James Sunderland, sadness simulator? Or do we have... Is there something heavier at work? Because the sounds, right, the sounds of the game are what link us in mood to James. There's mood and a sense of empathy with him that we get from the sounds. Oh. And from the visuals. And we need both to feel empathy. But the question is, do we... So this is very long-winded. This is stuff I've been bouncing around for the last 4 hours. Is James a character we can actually empathize with? I guess is the big question. Because a lot of people walk away deeply empathizing with him. And I deeply sympathize with him, and I understand his emotions. But I'm not really sure I understood him. Silent Hill 2 is a representation of all forms of trauma, abuse, and depression. Yeah, exactly. The town is simply the subconscious punishment James suffers. Yeah, right. Yeah. And we have that. So Silent Hill in itself, right, is a simulation. Still in your first... I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should be dying more, shouldn't I? I should be dying for you to be able to drink your beer, but... go ahead. Drink the beer for me. Drink the beer for my survival, in fact. It's wonderful. Had to do some cleaning. Alright, yeah. That's fine then. Please don't die if you can help it. No, I'm really trying to avoid it. It's going okay so far. I've died once, and Maria has died once. So I'm not doing too badly. I keep doing that. Why do I keep doing that? So you see, yeah, it's really hard to navigate your way around this area. So yeah, Silent Hill itself is a simulation of this pathetic fallacy that we've been talking about. Where do I go from here? Had to use a guide for this part? Yeah. We were just discussing the negative impact of having to use a guide on immersion, but it's okay, I guess. If you play Silent Hill 2, no, of course not. It messes with your OCD. It messes with your OCD if you don't have a guide. Like, this is just me personally speaking. Like, I don't like to use guides when I play a game through blind. But like, if it is definitely not cheating, like, you should, any game, look, like, yeah, like, using a guide is a perfectly valid interpretation. What you can do, if you're worried about tampering the experience and getting stuck, right? What you should do is just have it open, and if you do get stuck, refer to where you're stuck, and then you can be like, oh, I'm unstuck, I think ritually referring to a guide, for me personally, it's a negative experience. But if that's what if you would like to go through a game and pick up all the items and know that you've seen and done everything, that is still like a perfectly valid interpretation of the way you can play games. I mean, this is all, like, I speak a lot of theory, but like, when it comes down to practically playing a game, play it however the hell you like. Like, if you need to look stuff up, go for it. What the hell? The Silent Hill 1 piano puzzle? I don't know. I loved the piano puzzle in the first Silent Hill. Speaking as a person who spent a while on it, I was really satisfied when I got the answer myself. So I actually figured that one out myself, but I do know a lot of people get stuck on them, right? It's not an easy one, but it is a lot of fun. some games that are more linear and simplistic, yeah, don't use guides. But for Silent Hill 2, a bit too cryptic, right? What difficulty did you play Silent Hill 2? What riddle difficulty did you use, by the way? That's what I'm always curious about. Because some people find normal too easy, and other people find hard way too hard, which is probably me, to be honest. Playing Silent Hill, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you actually have to call into Konami and be like, actually, what the hell? Like, what is this puzzle that you put in this game? This is insane. Easy for both difficulties? Yeah, that's fair. I don't think anything is lost if you play it on lower difficulties, because so far, like, I was expecting this to be a playthrough like full of stress, but like you can see by the state of my inventory that I'm doing okay. And there's sort of, yeah, like, even on hard, it's comfortable. And Silent Hill 2, yeah, like the added combat difficulty doesn't add anything essential. I was actually hoping when I started playing it, I said at the start of the stream, because I'd never played it on hard before, I was hoping that it would add like a sense of like dynamism to the game for me, like that I'd have to use survival horror stuff a bit more, like I'd have to conserve ammunition. Yeah, like things like that. They do take the wind out of the sails a little bit, right? Like, it's a bit unfortunate that's what ends up happening. But yeah, the PS2 is the best way to play the game, but any other way is still valid. But PS2 is definitely the best. It's been a while since we've seen Angela. Okay. I didn't really understand what was going on here the first time, but this room is quite screwed up. I mean, I'm a little bit of a purist, and I love my PlayStation 2, so like, PlayStation 2, you know, startup sound just makes every game a little bit better, right? I hope you agree. That's my health. PS2 is just the greatest. Oh, I suck. I'm gonna die. So yeah, they this is one of the two. Oh yeah, I'm dead. Yes, yes. An enhanced edition is probably the best. Silent Hill 1 demo. See those? Such. It was so scary. I had to get my sister to play for me. Yes, that game is one hell of a ride even today. It's really amazing how it looks like partially it was made of sand, and it's still quite scary. I'm gonna try the rifle on him instead of the shotgun. But stories like that are so cool, like first impressions of a game. Sort of, yeah, gives me like a... Yes, and like as a child, like as well, that adds a certain something to horror. Yeah, made of sand. I'm glad. Yeah. It is. It's a deeply effective experience. I think all of the Silent Hill games are. Or especially the... Oh, James, you suck. Come on, James. I'm not very good at this, am I? At least there's a save point right there, eh? You're saying you were traumatized by that. Those are some... That is a... Nightmare on Elm Street has some heavy themes for a child, I think, to deal with, right? But there's also like that kind of goofy as well. Like that's a really good point as well about Nah, the rifle takes too long. The room is too small. Takes too long to lift it up. I'm hoping this is giving you a lot of time to absorb the symbolism of the room. Which is... oh, nothing is going right here. He just does so much damage. Yeah, no. I say no backseating, but like... if you're just being like... if you're giving like general tips, like go for it, like... I'm fine. Like, I've already played through this. It's just basically to avoid people dictating the exact way I should play the game. But if you see that I'm struggling, by all means, jump in and be like, yeah, this isn't going well, so... okay. Just let it... he's got such a long range, and James takes so long to unstick himself from his animation. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Ah, crap. Am I gonna die again? Get out of there, James. And heal. Active chat room is absolutely wonderful to see as well. Take that. And really interesting thing to note, when we should be feeling absolute triumph. When we should be feeling absolute triumph, is like a power fantasy if we're thinking traditional game, Angela takes that away and kills the monster.
Relax.
And then he has the gall to be like, relax.
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like you always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Exactly. Something
Yes.
I love about this game is
She
that the
was
things
ill.
that are scary in the game are things that are scary in real life. So I talk about this a lot.
I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
So, like, a lot of games are really happy.
That's ridiculous.
Really happy to go for like
Never.
supernatural horror and never lean into actual human emotion. And if you're living as a human being in today's age, there is nothing scarier than human emotion. And the fact that Silent Hill 2 does it really well, but also really sensitively. Angela is really well written and responds as you would expect a character who's suffered abuse. And it's obviously sexual abuse because you can see you're standing inside a fleshy room and there are a number of holes in the wall and pistons pumping in and out. And this monster that's attached to a bed frame, which is basically what So we have no idea what Angela sees, but this is what James sees as the representation of her being abused, basically. And it's that emotion that is handled so well that is why people keep coming back to this game, right? Like that's the sole purpose of people coming to this game and examining it and analyzing it still to this day, because there's something really very potent about human emotions expressed honestly. AAA games, and I know it's such a low blow, right? It's the low hanging fruit, but AAA games, human emotion is very, very hard to find in those games. I remember being very frustrated by Ubisoft in particular, um, when I think with their newest Far Cry, and they insisted that there was nothing political or something about it, and it was like, well, that means there's no emotion. Your game can't be saying nothing, like it's highly it's highly unusual, for me, from a perspective of someone who loves going into human emotion, and in a horrific way, who loves delving into the sort of that negative side and sort of seeing what comes out on the other side. Not too much, obviously. I still love my moments of levity and 3D platformers, but yeah. Evil Within 2 was compared to this game a lot, but it didn't impress me nearly this much. That game's horror was, yes, yeah, exactly. Like that's not the reason why a game should be scary either. And that kind of really shocking gore only works once or twice in a particular work for me. Like if it's nothing but horrible stuff, you actually become really really blind to it almost. It becomes really flat. The mood is the same all the time. There's no peaks, there's no valleys or troughs. It's the same feeling the whole way through, and that's really sad, right? Like it's not. Games should aspire to do more than just shove gore and brutal violence. Horror games should do more than just shock. They should affect emotion. Yeah. Face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hung for the crime of murder. Justice and revenge has been served. So murder, bodily injury, swindling, counterfeiting, kidnapping, embezzlement. Like I found my favorite horror whipping boy. If you spend any further, it doesn't over-explain. That is such a good point. It doesn't over-explain. It doesn't over-inundate you with anything. There's the horror elements are left to sit and they're left to stew. And as I've been saying, like the reason that it's so effective is because no one really knows. No one can agree on exactly what's going on in Silent Hill. To like not to like a pinpoint accurate degree. No one can say, oh, this is why this happened and blah blah blah, and this is exactly what happened in their past and blah blah blah, and this is exactly what they were feeling. That's why we can keep talking about it, because there's so much ambiguity. But all of this like over explanation and this really perverse desire to like tie up every knot and like put everything in like lore documents around the map, and to over explain everything, it's exhausting. Like, and this is me speaking as a completionist. Like I love reading all of that stuff, um, and you're exactly right in that it leaves the analysis to the player, right? Like everyone comes out, as I've said, everyone comes out thinking of James Sunderland in a different way. Like no one thinks of him in the same fashion, and that is, to put it bluntly, just genius. Really, really special, and it's very hard to find anything that quite rivals that, in games. And this game is now over 20 years old, right? Like it came out in 2001, and we still see that the mainstream industry has not learned from that, and the indie game scene is still trying to pick up on everything exactly that it did right. And I'm not saying it's easy because it's really hard to develop games. I know for a fact it's really, really hard, and you have to think about so many things. Yeah, but these are all lessons that like people actually need to be able to play and access these games as well, which is a big problem. Like it's so hard to access these games. They're not available really through any affordable channel beyond like grabbing the ROM somewhere. Like copies, like CD copies, I can tell you, like of any version of the game are just awfully priced. Yeah, it's a big shame. So it feels way more impactful when the player figures out why something exactly right. Like I must admit, I haven't played them all. I think I've only played the first one, and I know again, like maybe low hanging fruit. Um, but like Five Nights at Freddy's, like the first one was good. I enjoyed that one. I will admit. But like the other ones, like they seem to like over explain like everything and tie everything into this giant like bundle of lore, and it's like, oh, this is really scary because blah blah blah, it's such and such in his backstory and all of that, and I just sort of was staring at it like this is the opposite of scary. Like you, if you over explain something, then you know you've lost the mystique, and mystique is such an important element of horror, and that's why long form horror is really hard to do because people love over explaining their cool ideas, right? They love explaining their cool ideas. I love explaining my cool ideas. That's why I'm sitting here talking to you about a game from 20 years ago. Like, I like talking about these things and I like discussing them with you. So I'm really grateful that we've got the people watching and listening and discussing. But yeah, can't buy a 1.5K CD game. Exactly. It's just ridiculous. And if Konami had any real love for their property, they would re-release it somewhere. I don't know why they re-released 4 and not 2, or 3 on PC. I really don't. The fourth one did have a really. The fourth one was oddly the most terrifying. Um, I wrote a blog entry on the most visceral reaction people have in Silent Hill 4, and that's the bit in the water prison where you round the corner and you see the twin victims just standing there. That one, I've introduced that moment to a lot of people, and that gets everybody. Uh, and as well as like, I mean, I've already played through Silent Hill 4 and analyzed it previously. I think I've archived it on my YouTube channel. Oh, Finance of Freddy's 4. Sorry, I was on the Silent Hill track. I haven't played the fourth one, but I have heard it's meant to be the scariest. But I played. You haven't played Silent Hill 4? It's been re-released on GOG. You can go and play it. You can go and play it so easily now. It's fantastic. It's a great port. You can use a controller with it. It looks great. It's got widescreen. It's got everything. It looks really good. I highly recommend it. But no, I've only played. So I've only played the first Five Nights at Freddy's, and I've also played a bit of 2. But I found the second one to be like really just jump scare after jump scare. It was more like a reflex tester. Konami is kind of a mess right now. Is about the understatement of the century. I have no idea what Konami is doing. I had no idea what they were doing from the moment they cancelled PT. That was I was like, no, that could be the most important horror game ever made, and you just cancelled it. So yeah, beats me. It's just depressing. Tomorrow I'll climb the 13 steps. Please someone answer me, why must I die come the morning? The man in prison beside me believed me. Because they're all insane, that's why he said. Of course I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you must know I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. God, this is going to be hard. This the man who's to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The man who was hung today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so there isn't any hope for mercy. The man who was always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. How long only to return home, but I know it is not to be, though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me, this is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. PT was the scariest game I've ever played, and it was just a demo. Yes, I completely agree. Something about PT is genuinely like it just digs into your soul. From the moment it begins, it uses its perspective as a video game to fantastic effect. Um, there's just something about it that remains really frightening. Even putting aside Lisa, the ghost, who is like just fucked. Like it's just. I get that PT was cancelled as well, but like it's a shame that so many indie developers jumped on PT and were like, "This is the only possible formula for horror games as well." Like, PT is amazing. I love it, but it is a shame that it's still. I guess that it's still so prevalent. I guess I'm trying to like the tropes that PT uses that it basically initialized, like the single looping corridor. Um, yeah, PT was the originator, and it was the formula the best because it understood its own formula, whereas everyone else sort of feels slightly like a cheap knockoff. Yeah, God, the problem is like I really want them to make another Silent Hill, but at the same time, I really don't. I just want them to re-release Silent Hill 2. I want them to put PT the demo back up, and I'm like, fine, okay, that's enough, that's done. Because everyone's like, I can hope for a good Silent Hill game, but yeah. Sometimes I still feel uneasy walking through residential hallways because of PT. Right? Like this, there's something that really grounds you in PT. I'd like to. I think I'd have to play through Unreal PT, but to stream it. But it's There's something that I haven't quite put my finger on that it does really well. It might be the radio broadcast that like sits you on edge. Like there's that lampshade, right? That not lampshade. There's the creaking chandelier, but then there's also the coat rack, and the coat rack looks like a person. So like when you're turning around trying to figure out what to do, you always get like a mini heart attack because the coat rack is the same height as Lisa and looks like shadowy. So you sort of give yourself a fright every time you're looking around. I don't know, maybe that was just me, but it was really marvelous. Wait, where was it? Yeah. The fetus in the sink was that also really strongly emotionally affected me. Just throws you off, right? Yeah. It's just it's an uncomfortable game from start to finish, and it's uncomfortable because it's uncomfortable and horrifying because it leverages those actual human emotions and negative human experiences, um, which a lot of I guess games can try and some games do try and do, but they don't do them genuinely or earnestly. Whereas PT really felt earnest. Um, I guess maybe it's like a budgetary thing as well. Like Kojima must have had quite a bit of money to make that demo, but still, I didn't expect a big company to touch that. Yeah, well, it's like what we were saying, right? Like it's hard for big companies to make these political statements for some reason, or to try and do anything daring because they're all about the profit margins, unfortunately. And I'm trying to think the last AAA game that I really got into was God, what was it? Like I haven't been into a recent AAA game in a while. It must have been Resident Evil Village. I really did like that. It wasn't as good as 7, but I really did like it. I thought it was cool. Okay. Almost said I come in the morning. So we... imprisoned, believe me, because they're all insane, that's why. So, I'm just trying to think what we're missing here. Outlast 2 was cool. You liked Outlast 2? That's fair. I wasn't a big fan of it. I think it was just I was sort of it was over and inundated with gore and that kind of thing, and gore by itself doesn't always work for me. Though I will concede some of the themes in the story were pretty cool. Maybe I should give it another try. But my first impressions were really quite negative about it. But maybe I just wasn't in the right mindset. And Evil Within, I've only actually played the first Evil Within, so like I know basically nothing about the second one. You know what should I can feel my this is it. I can feel my energy levels like plateauing. So I'm gonna stream for another 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna hop off, and we can finish our big analysis later on. But there's only one more location after this area to go. I've actually made it through a lot of the game. So wait, let me check that last line. No, was it someone save me? This is not judgment. So is it the man who's always smiling? I do not wish to die. I've done nothing. There's no like. So what the person who embezzled was their murder was there. Bodily injury was mentioned. Swindling mentioned? Yes, I think it was. Was kidnapping mentioned? Executed. His job was to sell dreams. Stealing children. Embezzling. Okay, I mean, I don't know. It's 50-50. I don't know. Counterfeiting. Or we'll go with this. God, it's profound. I don't know where this exhaustion came from. I've just been flattened. Wait, where was I was just there. Sorry. I think it's finally hit me. I've done I don't normally stream for this long, so this has been really wonderful, and I've really appreciated everyone coming in and chatting and watching and just sort of experiencing Silent Hill with me, regardless of the pain and suffering that is being caused. Now this is a moment like you genuinely aren't really sure what he's going to do. Like such a deliberate pull. It's quite eerie. We love to suffer. That's what we're here for. This is what we're here for as horror game literary analysts. First remove the handcuffs. What do I need to do that with? Do I have a key? Did I do it wrong? What have I done? Horror game studies people? Yeah, that's jumping from the ceiling. Was that wrong? Guess I must have been wrong. Or did I miss a key or something? God. Oh no, what's this? Oh, no, there we go. I just forgot the key. So there's a corpse gone, so we freed the right person, and all the rest of them can go and hang. Yay. Okay, so there's another boss fight coming up. Yes, no, I know. I was hoping you'd automatically use the key, James, but okay, I'll do it myself. Key of the Persecuted. It's very cool, like, concept for a puzzle. And again, you gotta like contextualize where the heck James is. Like, he's still in this like weird, like grungy, dilapidated reflection of what could be his own house, right? It's uncomfortable. Like we just don't know where he is. And how are all these hanged people down here? And What exactly is he seeing?
Maria? Maria?
Too late again, James.
Maria, no.
Too slow.
What happened to you? Why?
Yep, sends shivers down my spine every time. Is it Fermato and Mystic Air, I think it's called? It's so good. It's very hard to choose a best song in the game, though. I gotta be honest with you. There's a lot of good ones. And you note this time that we actually get a look at Maria, and we see that something's up with her face. So we've got maybe some... Did she die of an illness? And immediately he's... who cares about Maria? I'm remembering Mary now. Strange consequence of making me remember some of the horror stories I used to spend so much time analysing, like Pits Cop. So I have plenty to be busy with after the stream ends. I am glad that I can be of service. Happy to send you down another horror rabbit hole. That's what I'm here for, right? I think that is my service to the internet. If there is one thing that the internet should remember me for, let it be that I spent so long talking about Silent Hill 2 that people were sent off on their own tangents. This is, as well, I'm really hoping I can get a good shot of this. So we got a graveyard. We're in a graveyard, deep underground. Maria's just been killed. Again. Well, she's died. Maybe she hasn't been killed by anyone, but she's died. Can I angle the camera? No, I can't. Not really. It's hard to see, but there's still a roof on this place. Like, you can see, like, there's lights and stuff gonna be hanging from the ceiling. So, like, this is like an enclosed graveyard in the middle of the earth, for all we know. As we think about, like, this section of the game has been going on for a very, very long time. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Angela. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Who's it going to be? James. Yes, I will go down. What's one more hole? The camera sucks so bad. I would, in some instances, yes, it does. I would agree with you that there are some really shocking camera angles. I'm gonna have one try at beating this boss. If I don't beat him the first time, I'm gonna leave. But we'll see. But sometimes you get those perfect shots where it's like the town really is looking at you, or you are acting as the town looking at James. That's exactly what I love. So this is a funky hallway, and we've got another boss behind here. So trying to think what the best weapon to use against him is. We'll start with this. We'll try the shotgun. We'll see if it works.
Eddie, what are you doing? What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you. Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what?
Oh.
It doesn't matter if you're smart.
Would that work on hard? I don't know.
Ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me...
Here's the stupidest line in the game coming up. Here it is. Here it is. So we heard what he just said.
Eddie, have you gone nuts?
James, you...
I knew it. You too. You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James!
Yeah, this might go poorly with the shotgun. Yeah, I feel bad, right? Because like Eddie's just he's like the classic bully victim, right? Like that's his basically his role. He's been bullied and he suffered a lot. I'm gonna try your great knife tactic, by the way. Ow! Oh, this is pathetic, James. This is really quite sad. But you know, you're sort of put at odds with James, right? Like James, when he's out of your control, says some stupid things. Okay. So this, yeah, I'm probably gonna die here. Well, certainly he has aspects of psychopathy. He's definitely shot and killed a lot of people. Um, obviously, as we can see, like no matter whether these people were actually real or not, this is what Eddie's seeing, and he opted to kill them all because he felt in a position of power with the gun. But he's been horrendously abused through his whole life, and all he really needed was, just to a certain degree, it would have helped him anyway if he'd gotten some psychiatric help and had someone who actually wanted to listen to
You
him.
know what it does to you, James? When you're hated,
But then again, I'm not a
picked
psychologist.
on, spit on, just because of the way you look. After
Yeah,
you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
okay, we got this. We got this. I'm not exactly sure what he's doing, but it's working in my favor. Has he bugged out? Nope, he hadn't. He bugged out for a minute there, though, right? That wasn't just me. Oh, reload my gun. Oops. No, stop opening my map. God, you can just see my addled brain. Got him. Yeah, like I know that you're supposed to take cover behind the meat hook, but I don't.
Eddie?
I don't think.
Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being.
Poor Firelight 62 is left out. It's alright. I'm about to finish up anyway.
Mary.
I made it to the 5-hour mark. I almost didn't think I was going to make it, but we made it.
Did you really die 3 years ago?
I killed a real human being. And you'll notice as well, his revolver like floats after he dies, but you can't take it. Okay. There's a save point out on the dock. Which is, where's the dock? This is the way I came, right? Yeah, so I don't want to go back through here. The human being machine. James feels bad. Can we just leave these doors? Yeah, we can. Okay. Can't get the door open. Okay, this is actually a really good place to end. I had no idea I was going to make it this far today, but it's been really wonderful. Thank you to those of you who hung around and newly followed. I am Paradon and Kurt F91. It's been lovely having you here, and as always, Yove Ost and Firelight 62. Always a pleasure. So I hope to see you again when I finish off this game, and also when I continue to analyze more and more games. Yeah, well, I always intended to play for 5 hours, but I was anticipating getting tired before that point, but I didn't, so I made it, and it's thanks to you guys that I think I did make it, not just the game. So much love to you as well. Stay safe, everyone. It's been lovely. You too.